All right, folks, and we are live once again. Now I just gotta freaking get. Hang on, let me get the Let me get the chat. Let me get
Damn
the.
it, man. It's how you doing, all you beautiful sons of bitches.
Oh, I was close enough. I'm allowed to deviate on my own show. God damn it.
This
Uh.
show is lost. I remember the good old days.
Yeah, pretty
When
much. Yeah.
Nostalgia Critic had the off-white wall.
Yeah, pretty much. My God. Oh, where have the times gone?
That's when
Now,
you know you've really made it as an internet creator, when people start saying you've changed too much.
yeah, fucking,
I liked it how it used to be.
yeah. This like rule of thumb. Whoa, what the hell? Hang on. Rule of thumb is that like just don't change shit. Like plain and simple. Just keep shit the way it is. Because like people more often than not like shit as it is, and when you change it, you just anger them. So just moral of the story, just keep shit the way it is, man.
Especially change nobody's asking for.
Yes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But anyway, already I'm gonna give like my middle finger to Dyad right here because they fuck is like this because like they're for those who don't know, they're basically showing like SWOTOR characters like that's Satil and Malgus right there. So you know what? Fuck you guys. Oh my god.
Oh, you hate SWOTOR that much,
No,
huh?
I like SWOTOR. I just hate the
I'm
fact that they're using them as part of their intro. It's like fuck you guys.
Yeah, it's like, I love these Legends characters, guys.
Legends. Anyway, no, anyways, we might as well get on with it right now, shall we?
All right.
All right.
I'm so confused. Those two characters, what should I
Oh,
take
fucking
Disney?
hell. Hang on a second. I still have you guys turned down from our
God
Emeland
damn.
stream because
Fucking,
that's the last time I used Discord
fucking hell.
chat.
Emelid for also speaking of hearing, I finally got my ears cleaned out. My hearing's back now. But yeah.
Oh, shit.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Here we
Uh.
go again.
Here we go again.
Just have Backseater pasted over CJ from fucking San Andreas walking down the alley. Oh, shit. Here we go
Oh
again.
shit, here we
Epic.
go again.
Nice moles. Reminds
Yeah,
me of Bix.
yeah, bro.
Anyways,
Yeah, fucking Element here. He really needs to get his fucking like. He needs to get fucking face surgery bad. He is one ugly motherfucker. I swear to God.
I have to say though, I mean, it's fun. Like I get it, you can't help genetics, but also like you grew the worst possible facial hair. Like why?
Yeah, that's a pedo stash right there. Yeah.
Don't
Uh.
make it worse. Like you have that choice at least.
Yeah.
Another Chiga.
What's that?
What another Chiga?
Yeah, pretty much Solar. Yeah.
See, he's willing to trash on Rise of Skywalker. That means he'll trash on anything.
Wayfinder's there.
Okay, so this video has over 433,000 likes and over 6,000 comments. This
That's
is why
nice.
I encourage everyone to practice critical and independent thinking. Because stupidity is contagious, but only to those who have zero defense
Look
against
who's
it. Now, the comment
talking.
section is just pure gold.
I was
So
about
let's
to say
take a look
that.
at some of the
Yeah.
Oh, pick a theme too. You got all the Star Wars stuff, and then you got random samurai swords. Oh, but it was inspired by Japanese. Shut up.
Shut up. Yeah, you fucktards.
most liked
this
comments.
guy probably
This
isn't
knife
even.
is
This guy probably isn't like a full-on Japanese man. He's probably born in the States. You know what I'm saying?
As long as he's not Birdman
Yeah.
trying to be a Blackanese.
Blackies, yeah.
Look more
It's like
Filipino than anything.
I know more than a native-born Japanese
or
person.
even worse, a Niggonese, if you know what I'm saying. Ayo, psh.
This is what I'm glad we're on
He
your
looks
channel.
more Filipino.
What, Solar?
That he looks more Filipino.
Yeah, he looks more like a Filipino guy, yeah. Anyway.
ancient, somehow lines up with the Death Star debris from a couple of decades ago. Okay, so the dagger isn't ancient. It's a regular dagger that has been modified recently to serve as a map for Ochi of Bestoon to come back to this place. It
Darth
has
Ochi.
ancient Sith writing on it, but it's not ancient itself. Let's take a look at the scene together.
The location of the Wayfinder has been inscribed upon this dagger. It's the clue that Master Luke was looking for. I know exactly where the Wayfinder is. Unfortunately, it...
Oh my god, you're playing way too much of the scene. We're gonna get copyright
Yeah,
struck.
what the fuck? What the fuck, Element? I mean, come on. Like, think of all the people who have to respond to your garbage ass video. I don't want to get fucking copyright claim because of your shit video. Come on, Element.
This all goes back to YouTube's, well, one of their retarded rules where it's like, oh, you can live stream only this much, but you can, if you're making a pre-made video, you can make a lot more and not get copyright struck. It's like, why the fuck are the rules different? After the live stream is over, it's just gonna be a normal video.
Yeah, what the fuck?
gay.
He's gay, yeah.
It's such a weird rule. I think Mahler or somebody said that because they're always having to pause their shit all the time with all the, especially older video essays or something where they show just tons of movie footage.
Right.
is written in the runic language of the Sith.
What if Rey was a bit
Thank
to
God.
the left and she was like, it's not here? So they clearly don't know how parallax works. Given the scale of the thing she's
The
trying
Green
to line
Lantern
up with,
villain.
Rey could go in
Yeah, pretty much.
either direction for 2 miles and it would still line up. I love how
Wait, no, not for, no.
No.
Because if you moved, then the little peaks would start to overlap with each other and stuff. Like, it's not that far away. It's not like it's a celestial body or something that you're looking at. And it's like,
Right.
oh, I can move so much and the stars are still in the same spot. Sure. But like, that's just like a coastline. It's like a couple miles around.
Yeah.
Or a couple miles away from what they're looking at. Yeah. I love how nobody even questions why a 1,000-year-old space old dagger matches the design of a 40-year-old space. So why are you nitpicking two statements where you're going to have the exact same counter? That's just filler.
Pretty much. Hey, man.
questions why
Hey,
a
John, he's got
1,000-year-old
to pad
dagger
his
matches.
video out, man. Let the man pad his video out, man.
Yeah, he must have learned from Ant. Ugh.
Yeah, probably streamed with him at one point, maybe.
The design of a 40-year-old space station. That's because we knew it wasn't 1,000 years old. You got that info from the contagious stupidity I was talking about. This dagger has done evil things. You're wielding the Youngling Slayer 9000, something you don't even deserve. Hello? Oh, it's intelligence calling in. Miss it. I'm not even gonna comment on
That was the worst insult I've heard in a while.
Yeah.
Hello? Oh, it's intelligence calling. Like, come on.
Bro,
He's defending fucking Maresu using Anakin's lightsaber. When in reality, in the sequels, it's Mara Jade, the one that has the lightsaber.
Right, yeah.
Like, you could have made a cliche insult about getting off the, the third stop at Stupidville or something, and it would have been better than what he just said.
Yeah, pretty much.
on whether or not Rey deserves a fictional object. You guys have the weirdest hang-ups.
So
but
because
Rey is fictional.
Yeah, so what the fuck?
Why do you need to defend the fictional person so much, dude? You have such a weird hang-up.
Interesting. Yeah. It's like I've always hated this fucking argument. It's fiction, so who gives a shit? Well, then by that logic, fucking anything can fucking fly now. It's like, what the fuck, bro? Come on.
Well, and it's always basically in the same vein where it's like, why do you care so much because of this? But then it's always followed up immediately by an argument for that thing. So it's like, well, if you don't care, which seems to be what you're saying, like, I care a lot more than you, then why are you bothering to respond to everything I say?
Right.
And then usually the response is, well, it's okay to be positive and care about things, but to be negative and care about things is weird. It's just like, I think it's exactly the fucking same.
Yeah.
We should care the same amount.
Yes.
You should not care that I shit on something because it's fictional. Whereas
Right.
if you're going to make that supposition, it's like, yeah, we shouldn't care equally.
Fucking retarded, man.
Reaction to that lightsaber. That was 2 movies ago. I know you guys don't like the movies, and that's fine. It's your opinion. But at this point, y'all ain't
Because
even
you're not
paying
acting
attention.
like it's
the
fine if we don't
equivalent of
like it.
Well, it's fine if you don't like it, but it is irrational and not based in fact to not like them. They are factually good.
Yeah.
Because I will counter every point.
The
Mm-hmm.
movie with pepperoni on your eyes. Anytime I interact with someone who
Pepperoni
has
on your eyes? What the hell? What does that even
No.
mean?
Cucumbers on the eyes is far more common. I don't know why you would
Yeah.
say pepperoni.
The hell, man.
godly dislike for these movies, they always display that they have
Godly
no idea.
dislike. That's
You
one way
seem
to
to have an
describe
ungodly
it.
love for these movies. I don't know
Yeah,
why.
yeah, Element, yeah.
What happened in the movies. How the F was she in the exact spot to perfectly line up the dagger and the Death Star? So she was given the exact coordinates as well as the spot to stand.
The Emperor's Wayfinder is in the Imperial Vault.
So
And
that
Delta
makes it
36
all okay then. I see. Just like, hey, you gotta stand at the exact spot. Like, it's like, oh my god, what fucking game is that? Like, it's fucking, I don't know, like, Arkham Asylum has, like, a lot of these. They're like, oh, you have to stand at the exact spot that the game wants you to in order to actually progress the damn thing. It's like, I'm standing in the general area. Just let me progress, god damn it.
Oh, like lining up the I like whenever you have to line up the
Riddlers.
question marks.
Yeah.
and it's like, oh, that dot isn't quite enough down from the from the swoopy part of the question mark. And it's just like,
Yeah.
I clearly I get it. Like we can all see that I've solved this.
Yes. Anyway.
Transient 936, bearing 32, on a moon in the Endor system. From the southern shore. Only this blade tells. Only this blade tells.
And if you know anything about distance, size, and parallax, it would line up relatively well. How is the Death Star wreckage that
Relatively
big
well.
in the
It
movie?
has to be
Yeah.
exactly well. And
Yeah.
also, let's see here. How's the Death Star wreckage that page? In the movie, this thing was completely and utterly atomized. Oh boy, what's he gonna pull out of his ass for this one? How's he gonna explain this one?
For essence transfer, bro. Probably some shit like that, man.
The thing was completely and utterly atomized. The wreckage was not atomized. That was just old
Yes, it
CGI.
was.
Yes,
They
it
used
was.
canned
We saw.
Oh,
Wait, what'd he say?
he said it was old CGI, I
Star
think.
wreckage that big. In the movie, the thing was completely and utterly atomized. The wreckage was not atomized. That was just old CGI.
Fuck off.
What
They
the
haven't
hell?
revised it though, and Lucas has revised these films more than any fucking film ever. Like, well, maybe not Blade Runner. So the same amount of cuts about for those two.
What the fuck, bro?
Like, yeah, Return of the Jedi got a special edition. He had chance, and he made later changes on later releases. If he felt like this was something that needed to change, he would have.
So basically, like we should just So basically, every time we watch Return of the Jedi and we take the Disney fucking bullshit into account, we just have to fucking gaslight ourselves and say, "Oh, it wasn't completely atomized. They just didn't have the CGI back then." Like, what the shit, Element? No, we're not gonna do that crap. No.
The fucking sparkler explosion, there must be giant chunks of it that are gonna land exactly right on the shore. That are
Yeah.
gonna line up with this dagger we got here. Right.
Yeah.
They used canned explosions all of the time. That didn't mean that the entire Death Star was just vaporized.
You know what? Fine, you're right. That means that like Obi-Wan didn't really disappear. They couldn't do CGI for partial parts of a body back then.
Yeah. So
maybe his head is there somewhere.
Obi-Wan just vanished through a fucking hole in the floor, and he died later on. That's how he became a Force ghost. Yeah.
Well, no, but Backseater, like, even though it showed that, all of his clothes were empty, actually, we could just make a show right afterwards where, like, the upper half of Obi-Wan survives because they just didn't have the effects to show half of his body, just like the Death Star. So, he can actually be partially still there and they can make a sequel. That's what season 2 of Obi-Wan is going to be about, his upper half crawling around the Death Star.
Yeah, and then it's gonna be revealed that and then Obi-Wan, and then like his upper half's gonna return with spider legs. Yeah, totally.
And then he'll face Darth Maul with the spider legs, and then Count Dooku and Jango Fett will come with their fucking heads on.
Yeah, they'll have robo heads. Yeah. Disney is fucked
That's
up
not
so
how
much.
explosions work.
They're like, we
Oh,
need
oh,
more member berries. It doesn't matter if they're dead.
hang on. He's saying that's not how explosions work. Okay, so now we're involving real world physics into this. Okay,
I'm
sure,
sorry.
Element, pop
Do
off.
you have a lot of experience with Death Star cores, sir? Do you know
Yeah.
how much they blow shit up?
Do you have it? Have you worked for fucking MythBusters? Have you figured this shit out yourself, man? Uh,
The Death Star 2 was 200 kilometers in diameter. That is the size of a small country in distance, but in diameter, a small moon. So yes, if something that large were to explode, you can expect some of its debris to be as large as a city skyline. Guys and gals.
Unless it was destroyed from the core.
yeah, it blew up from the
Yeah.
core. Yeah, that's kind of a fucking albatross around your argument here, dude. Because like it was like a complete fucking like blown apart at the seams. That's not shit you can just come back from, dude.
When
Ay.
its laser destroyed that one Mon Calamari cruiser, didn't it like atomize that thing basically?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
So like if that core that laser used exploded, it could do the same thing to the actual Death Star.
Right.
Reasonably speaking. Like this all makes sense in Return of the Jedi.
Mm-hmm.
I can understand a couple of pieces scattered here and there,
Like on
but
Endor,
large
yeah.
chunks. But
Lar-
large chunks, no.
no.
Yeah, not like half the fucking ship, like in the whole throne room, like
Yeah, the throne room is
uh,
completely okay, pretty much.
the
It's
windows were
through the
okay.
window.
How does the
Yeah.
glass survive? He'll be like, "Oh, it's super plasma glass that works without the core somehow as well. It's shielded and stuff."
Yeah. So.
Transparent steel.
Uh.
Uh,
It's like he's just like now that we just have to ask. It's like well yeah now that we're like coming up with I know we're coming up with joke answers, but now that it begs the question, like, if this part of the Death Star was made of that, then why wasn't the rest of it made of that then? Uh,
I'm not making this video to get you to like the sequels.
Yes, you
the
are.
trilogy as a whole sits pretty low on my Star Wars ranking. What you
Sure
like
it
and what you
does.
dislike is a matter of
no, you're trying to make all the people who don't like the sequels out to be the irrational ones.
Yeah.
And when as you twist yourself in pretzels trying to make excuses for why
Yeah.
all the reasons that they don't make any fucking sense.
Yeah, and honestly, if the films are that bad to you, why are you running defense for them?
Yeah, it's always this is the class. This goes to a lot of different schools of argument. I'll bring my fucking sports in here. There's a really obnoxious ex NBA player named Gilbert Arenas, and he always trashes on ex NBA player who is now passed away, unfortunately. But he always trashes on Kobe Bryant,
Oh yeah.
and he always prefaces all of his insults with, "No, I love him. He's my favorite player of all time." What? And then he goes in fucking shitting on him.
Yeah, you love him so much you trash on him. Yeah.
Like sequel fans do the same fucking thing where they're like, I don't like these movies, but none of your insults make sense and they're actually amazing. But I don't
Yeah.
like them, guys, I swear. Anyways,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go interview Mark Hamill now.
Anyway.
what I'm exposing here is a mountain of bias that makes people make shit up in order to hate something.
Exactly.
Like, if you're
Yes.
No, not to hate something, but sometimes to defend it, maybe.
Yes.
A mountain of bullshit. I agree.
Yeah. Fucking Christ, man.
Oh god, it's like we just need a projector behind him every time that he brings something. It's like projection.
It's like I got like the GIF like I use a fuck ton on Twitter where it's like from the Chappelle show, and it's like they're doing like that Rick James interview, and it's like and it's instead of saying cocaine is a hell of a drug, the guy says projection's a hell of a drug. I gotta get that shit onto here somehow.
I use the Ace Attorney.
Ace
GIF and
Attorney
everything.
projection, yeah.
Exactly.
Slam the table first. Hold it.
Hold it, projection, yeah.
you're going to dislike a movie, don't harp on illusion. There's plenty of things to
Harp
critique
on
the sequels on.
illusion?
And
Hey.
it's not
So just because you counter a point does not make the point illusion. That would assume that your point is correct.
Yeah.
Look him licking his little chops there.
that's going on the thumbnail right
Hey,
there.
this is how he
Ayo.
approaches women at the bar. He's like, "Hey,
Yeah.
sweet cheeks."
Yeah, then he takes them home and then he beats the shit out of them. Because
Oh my god.
remember, guys, Element's a wife beater. We figured that shit out.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Apparently, Element beats his wife. Yeah. Also, hail Briscoe.
Wait,
Apparently,
what's the origin of that? What?
I don't know, man. I just know it comes from like the GKA, and I take it as fact because everything the GKA says is fact. Also, Anthony Gramuglia beats his wife now too. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, apparently. We got that from an unverified source, not from the GKA, but if Ant's is gonna use an unverified source to slander the GKA, we can too. Also, hail what the fuck, Dave. Yeah.
You know how a couple times we've compared Ant to Jimmy from South Park?
Yeah.
Well, there's that one episode where Jimmy's on steroids and he starts beating the shit out of people and he like beats the shit out of the
Yeah.
girl and everything. You
Yeah.
could just grab that clip and be like, I'm not saying that he does this, but I just think it's a funny clip, and you just play it immediately after everything he says.
Yeah. Yes, Dave, even John is here. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
This. And it's certainly
Even
not
John.
somehow Palpatine returned. Because Poe doesn't know how he returned. Poe doesn't have a history with Palpatine.
It's
He's
still-
not an
Yeah,
audience
the
member.
problem is it's never explained
It's
later.
never
That's-
explained either, yeah.
Even if you play Fortnite, it's not explained.
No.
Now it is prefaced what's in the movie, but it's still not fucking explained.
Right.
On saying this over and over again, we as the audience need to stop imposing our knowledge as the audience, our omniscient knowledge.
We're
onto
not.
the
We're
characters.
just pointing out plot holes, you retard. We're
It's
pointing
the
them out because we lack the knowledge.
Yeah, exactly. It's the opposite of what he's saying. Like
Yeah.
we're insulting it because we're not omniscient as far as the movie's facts go, and the movie has not given us whatever these facts are. It doesn't offer any explanation, so we're left in the wind.
Yeah.
Hell, fucking Dark Empire explained.
Yeah, which, lest we forget, Tross is a ripoff of. I think Dark Empire gets crapped on way too much. I think it's way better than people give it credit for. You know what I'm
I
saying?
actually like Dark Empire.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah.
I mean, people they do this all the time with the sequels where they take a super general concept and they say like, "Oh, but the EU did that too." And it's like, yes, like Palpatine coming back can be done badly and it can be done well. I'm not going to say that the general concept can never work, but you got to have a good explanation for it. And so
Right.
like I haven't read Dark Empire, but he had 20 years or so, or 20 something years with the war going on even, that he could have devised something to do some ancient Sith technique or something. But you got to make it make fucking sense. You
Right.
can't just pull it out of your ass in the third movie and explain it as, I don't know, secret Sith cloning techniques or something. Who knows?
Yeah.
Have him do a villain monologue about it to Kylo. Be like, I knew that Skywalker had a chance to kill me, so I did this.
Yeah, because Palpatine is a master planner. He would know if Palpatine had the ability to make fail safes. He absolutely would. Yeah. Briscoe
He
says.
had lots of resources and time, so he could have made something for sure.
Briscoe says, I was shitting on that first amender guy in his chat earlier today. Oh shit, do we want to check that out real quick or no?
First amender.
The guy he advertised himself as a woke libtard and like asks people to call in and like debate him on shit.
Oh, so he's like what's his face? I forget. There's a political guy that does that, and he like tried to get a dad's kid taken from him after he talked to him because he was like trying to get him on a gotcha about Donald Trump or something.
I think I know you're talking about, John, but I don't know who that guy is off the top of my head. Anyway.
Yeah, and then the funny thing is they found footage of him like a few years before that where he was basically pulling an Andrew Tate saying doing like the ultra like I'm super successful and I have this much money. You need to get to be like a man.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you're an absolute fucking grifter, just did a complete 180. Like you
Yeah.
found one thing more profitable.
Yeah. Yeah, Andrew Tate, he's like, I'm a grown ass man, I can do what I want. And then like 5 seconds there, he's like, am I allowed to smoke on YouTube? Like, I don't know, man. I thought you were a grown ass man. I thought you did whatever you wanted to.
And it's like extra funny because he went from ultra right to ultra left. It was like Whitler or Whitlock or something. I forget. He's like some little Gen Z fucker.
Yeah. Anyway, let's finish
Anywho.
this up real
And the
quick.
people within the movie. Poe didn't watch the original trilogy, so all that he knows
Yes.
is somehow he's back.
Well, we did watch the original trilogy, and we still have no idea how he's fucking back. So this
Yeah.
whole argument doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Of course, no one talks about
And
the whole
element,
scene.
you can argue this from a Watsonian point of view, or you can argue from a Doyleist point of view, but you can't do you can't do both. Oh my god.
I
Anyway.
can do anything from Watsonian, but I can't do that.
Yeah. Anyway.
Where they start to speculate how he came back. They just harp on that line. Anyways, stop being stupid.
Oh,
defend against
their
the-
speculation is, I don't know, ancient Sith cloning techniques or something.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's move on.
Yeah,
And then he just says that he's
anyways.
Snoke later. That's the only other thing that's even referenced vaguely.
Yeah.
Which doesn't explain him living at all. It just explains where the fuck Snoke came from vaguely.
Yeah. Anyway.
Contagion. Form opinions on reality, not on illusion or gossip. Stay classy.
Speak
When the
for
movie gives
yourself.
you-
Stay fucked.
If the movie gives you nothing, you're left to speculate. If the movie gave you an explanation, there wouldn't be room to speculate.
Right. Anyway, I'm gonna get another fucking video up. That was actually like really fucking fast. I didn't expect it to take that short amount of time. Oh, let's see here. What do you guys feel like? You guys want to continue working on that Jesse Gender Andor video, or do you guys want to do something else?
Oh, is that the Andor one?
Yeah.
Well, we could do the AFC North preview. It's only 2.5 hours.
Fuck that noise.
Oh, look, EFAP is on. Anyways.
Ooh, nah, fuck them, guys. Anyways, so yeah, guys, seriously, do you want to do Jesse Gender, or do you want to take a break this week from that?
Let's see how long the next part is.
I'm looking it up right here. Oh, god damn it, I got rid of the chat accidentally. Fuck. The next part, so we just finished part 2, so part 3, ow! Oh, you already got it on. Part 3 spans from like 1:15:04 to like 1:59:30. Do we want to do that? Yeah or no?
Damn, they're all like 45 minutes about.
Yeah.
What's the alternative? I'll vote once I know I'll read all the multiple choice answers before I make my selection.
We got an Anthony here video. I'm trying to stick to sci-fi stuff because, you know, this is Sci-Fi September. We got an Anthony video saying, should Critical Drinker write the next Star Wars?
Oh, God.
Yeah, we could do that.
All right, Solar, you want to do that?
Sure.
All right, let's do it. All right, John.
Let's react to some good all.
All right, John.
I can probably get it.
All right.
Anthony
That's a pretty
Gramuglia.
specific, it's a pretty specific thing. Yep. Yeah. Write a book. He's already written multiple books.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Actually, you may have to link it because I think I said not to recommend his channel anymore to YouTube.
Oh, shit. God damn it.
Because doing this, I get all these fucking shit recommendations like Birdman and him, and I'm like, I don't want to see this shit on my YouTube feed anymore.
Oh, fucking Christ.
I actually haven't read Drinker's books. I gotta check them out.
I haven't read them. I haven't read them. I heard they're like Tom Clancy stuff or whatever. Anyway.
Yeah, I think they're supposed to be like spy thrillers or something.
Also, what the fuck is up with Ant's face? This is also
he does look different. I was just gonna say that he looks a little different in this video. Like oh, he looks like the guy from The Hangover. The guy with the glasses from the.
Oh my god, fucking Christ.
With his wife is probably just like the one from the first Hangover movie too, before he meets the stripper.
Yeah, probably. Anyway.
Oh my god, do you not see how problematic what you just said is? Oh my gosh, he's just like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, honey. I'm so sorry.
I'm
I'm
so
so
sorry. I'm
sorry."
so sorry.
And then he gets on his retard roids and he's like, "Hey, you bitch, shut the fuck up." Bam, bam.
Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, fucking Christ.
Who's my favorite Flintstones character, honey? Oh, I don't want to say it. You say it, bitch.
Weird. Yeah. Anyway, let's get on with it.
So a lot's been going on recently.
That could be true at any time ever.
What the? You
Oh
know,
boy.
oh, I think I remember this. I think I remember.
Variety.
Yeah.
Bastion.
Yeah, Briscoe says Ant's looking extra tarded today. Yes, it is. I think
Speaking of which, that face.
that face is going on the thumbnail. Yeah. Looks like
He's on woke overload looking at that image. He's like, "Oh yeah."
yeah. What the I think I remember this article. Toxic fandom, how Hollywood is battling fans who are just out for blood, from social media boot camps to superfan focus groups. Yeah, I think I remember this. They were looking into doing like focus groups and like it ultimately didn't fucking work.
Yeah, because there's never been focus groups before.
Yeah.
It recently broke in the Hollywood Reporter and Variety that studios were considering developing little fan focus groups in order to avoid backlash from fans, as become increasingly prominent in the online.
I mean, that's probably actually a decent idea.
Yeah, actually,
you get the most hardcore fans. You could even bring them in as like a story consultant or something.
Yeah.
Not even like that you have not anything where you're like contractually obligated, but just someone to give a little bit of input, show them a clip or a trailer or something and be like, what do you guys think? And they could point out the problems.
Yeah, because
and ideally you would get them from across the political spectrum and across different like levels of fandom. Be like, if you have Star Wars fans, it's like, oh, you're big into the EU, you're big into the Disney Star Wars, you're big in,
okay,
get
I wouldn't get those people, John. Those people are retards.
Well, my point is get like a variety of your potential customers, and then if you choose to ignore, even if you have the Disney Star Wars one there, just to say, oh, okay, we're not going to do anything they suggest, but you go, okay, this one pleases everybody. This one, the Disney Star Wars fans hate. We're okay leaving those behind, or whatnot.
Let me see here. We got Briscoe saying toxic fans, how fake fans come to franchises and fuck them over. Yeah, pretty much. We got Hail Washington Campos. He says, hey, Backseater, you should look at Otterly Noah, who's an SJW who hates the anti-woke movement. I'm gonna have to look into that. Otterly Noah. Oh, you mean Noah Lily? Is that who you mean? Only 15.
Oh, Noah Lily.
I've never heard. I don't know. It's just a music channel. All I'm seeing is music. I have no idea who this
Lucky
is.
Kennedy is big mad.
Yeah, Washington Camos. Also, Lucky Kennedy's crashing out on his community tab at JJ Plagiarisms, who's still talking about Melvin. Yeah, Lucky Kennedy, he's pathetic. He's still pushing he's pushing that I'm a pedophile narrative, which is false. Hang on. Otterly Noah. Otterly Noah. Let me look that up.
God, it's always the same angle with these people. Don't they ever get bored of making up the same shit?
Ooh,
like literally, this is what Hassan does with everybody who trashes on him. It's just, oh, they're a pedophile, and it ends up being like, I forget. They accuse the entire GKA of it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This is cringe. We're gonna have to look at this sometime later. Yeah. Anyway, next.
Sphere over the last few years. And you don't really need to do all that much research to know what I'm talking about. The various reaction videos to every new piece of casting, the backlash Star Wars especially has faced, but even Rings of Power, Marvel, Disney with Little Mermaid.
Are you going to show any of the shill reactions of people making the O face in their thumbnails and shit, and the whole little cottage? Oh, because those don't get any fucking views because everybody knows that they're fake as shit.
Yeah, plus they're positive, so they're fine.
Yeah, that's okay. If you just make a fucking orgasm face for every piece of Star Wars media that you see, that I can totally believe is genuine, but not if you don't like it. That has to
Yeah.
be fake and grifting.
Yeah.
All these backlash incidents have caused studios to take pause and go, wait a second, how can we avoid another disastrous PR situation? Of course, the articles.
Well, no, disastrous returns. They wouldn't care if it were just YouTubers screaming into the void. Yeah, they only care because it's the majority opinion now, and
Right.
they're not making any fucking money. So
Oh God, he's got Rise of Darth Vader right there. Fuck you, and you don't deserve that book. Uh,
looks like he's got
Isn't
like
that the
papers
Revenge
sticking
of
out
the
the
Sith
top.
novelization?
I think it's the sequel. No, I think it's I don't know. I don't remember the cover off the top of my head, even though like I really ought to. Shame on me. Yes, I know I'm a fake fan. Hang on. Darth Vader, Dark Lord of the Sith. The Sith. No, is it Rise of Darth Vader? I
Now,
can't believe
why do they have Doc twice in that title? There are clear racist undertones to
it's
this title.
Lucino. It's a Lucino novel. It's Rise of Darth Vader. No, actually, I think Solar. I think you're right. I think it is the Revenge of the Sith novelization. Yeah,
Hmm.
you're right, Solar. It is. Anyway,
Mhm.
we
Do
dilly dally
temper the
enough.
knowledge that these fan backlashes are from a very small minority of
Hold on.
fans.
What the? Hang on. Hold on. Hold
Oh,
on.
Small minority.
Later that
I mean,
year.
he's technically right in that, like, yes, the backlashes themselves, as in the videos created, yeah, you're not going to have 5 million people making videos or something. I would
Yeah.
say overall that general response is not from the minority of fans. You got a few creators and then a bunch of people like and comment and watch their shit because they agree with it, and then you tally all that up.
Right.
Um,
Later that year, the cast of Rings of Power condemned the relentless racism, threats, harassment, and abuse some of our castmates of color are being subjected to on a daily basis. And actors from the Lord of the Rings film trilogy posted photos of themselves wearing clothing featuring the ears of Middle Earth creatures in multiple skin tones. Underneath the message, "You're all welcome here," written in Elvish. Those efforts may have had an effect. In an August interview with Amazon MGM Studios TV chief Vernon Sanders about the Rings of Power, the executive said the show hadn't experienced the same racist hostility in advance of season 2 that had greeted its 2022 debut. P- people have had a People have had a chance to actually engage with the show. Overwhelmingly, what we've seen is that folks who came in with an open mind can discuss and debate their favorite things, which takes out the place of that ugly conversation that happened with some folks who may have been infused with an agenda that's separate from the show itself.
oh, so the show has an agenda because you just said it's separate from theirs.
Yeah, pretty
Um,
much.
and also, the reason that you got less backlash in season 2 was because way less people watched season 2 and way less
Yeah,
people were interested because they all hated season 1.
yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Guess what? You're going to get less backlash to season 3 because even less people give a shit now because
Yeah.
you've made 2 horrible fucking seasons of
Yeah.
television.
Yep.
Oh, what
All
a
right.
what an out of touch kind of statement to make.
Yeah. Way to fail to read the
Following
room.
It's like, guys, if we lose all of our audience, we'll lose all the negative reviews. It's a genius.
Also,
It's like
I think And is wearing a Team Rocket shirt. Like, what the fuck, man?
it's that meme of like the black guy tapping his forehead and doing like the thinking face. It's
Yeah,
like
the
if you lose all your
smart.
audience, you'll lose all the negativity.
I use that guy a bit. Yeah. Anyway.
this drama, but hey, actors
Hey.
being threatened, people are being harassed online.
Oh
Oh,
no.
what do you say about the first of all, what about the people who insult a show and then they're instantly called racist, bigot, blah blah blah, even if they say nothing to that effect? Because that happens a shit ton more than what you're talking about. And also, what about all the white actors like Morfydd Clark probably caught more oh, you'll probably say that's sexist.
Yeah.
So what about the fat elvish king who's white,
What about the what
who
about the
everybody insulted?
What about the guy who played fucking Sauron? Because everyone's all like, "Yeah, you're not. Yeah, your play on Sauron sucked, bro." Uh,
Yeah, like these arguments always fall apart because you just end up insulting the show as a whole, and then they just like have no argument left because they're just like, no, you're only supposed to insult the black people. Damn it, what are you doing? You can't call Obi-Wan retarded because he's got a kid under his trench coat.
Yeah.
Clearly, something needs to be done in response to this.
What
One
needs to be
possible
done?
option: create superfan test focus
Hang
groups
on, what the hell?
to discuss a film.
Studios are assembling superfan focus groups to assess various materials for a franchise project to avoid social media backlash. They will just tell us if you do that, fans are going to retaliate. If it's early enough and the movie isn't finished yet, we can make those cons. ... So I don't know.
Well, they still won't admit to the actual problem. They say social media backlash. It's like just fan backlash. It's overall audience backlash. It's not
Right.
just, again, if these people were really such a minority as he would have you believe, and they didn't matter, then the studios wouldn't give a shit and they just say, you're always gonna have haters, but we've had tremendous success. And on streaming they can hide it a little bit, especially Amazon, because everybody's already subscribed to Prime for the shipping. Um, but eventually, especially if you're doing box office shit or just ratings wise, especially if you're spending $1 billion on the show like Amazon did for Lord of the Rings, the rubber meets the road at some point, and you got to admit to a failure when it's a failure.
Yeah,
Which is why season 3 was in question, even though they said initially we're going to make 5 seasons.
Yeah, Briscoe says, place your bets. What color panties do you think Ant's wearing? Ooh, that's a good question. What color panties do you think he's wearing?
I'd rather not think about that.
I'm gonna place black because in this video he's wearing a black shirt and he's probably wants to color coordinate like that. I wouldn't be surprised if Ant's like that. Like he has to color coordinate his underwear with what he's wearing on the outside. Yeah.
Also, this is a pretty funny fucking image to show for all the fan backlash. I mean, the Ghostbusters one, sure, but
Yeah.
like Infinity War, pretty beloved movie. Lord of the Rings, pretty damn beloved
Super
movie.
beloved, yeah.
This looks like a OT kind of poster.
I think it's no, I see Ray. It's all the Star Wars movies.
It's the saga because they're trying to drag down all the good ones with the sequels being lumped in with them.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Bullshit. Yeah.
But
Anyway.
yeah, these did not face backlash because they were good, and everything that's good that comes out and doesn't get the so-called hate, guess what? It proves your entire fucking point wrong.
Yeah.
Instead of Ray, it should fucking be Jaina Solo.
Yeah, but
Jeez, legends.
Before it's released. These focus groups will then determine the path through which the script and direction and even casting.
Oh, I doubt they have that much power.
Forward.
Yeah, not
and
really.
One particular fan,
Hang on.
Endymion
it's
TV,
Endymion. Hang on, John,
he's
go
more
back.
like a gaming guy.
Yeah, he's more a gaming guy, yeah, than anything. All right, play.
Because he's like me, where we both have a sick fascination with bad games and have to play them.
Yeah.
Which the script and direction and even casting may take moving forward. And one particular fan...
Okay, hang on. Literally hire Nerdrotic and Drinker for this kind of stuff and you'll make billions. All right.
I mean, I don't think it's that simple, but also I don't think that the fan groups would have that much power. If they're just a fucking focus group, they can slightly nudge the needle. It's not like they're writing the movie.
Yeah. Also, I might as well just address the question in it right now. At one point, I would have said yes, but now that I absolutely know that Drinker's an Andor, like he's a Gilroy Goober, I'm like, no, cut him off, keep him out. At best, like make him an editor, but until he sits down and reads some EU books, comics, and games, no, keep him out of the actual fucking room. He can be like a quality assurance editor, but he can't be a fucking writer. No. Anyway, maybe
I think he knows what he doesn't know, essentially. Which Gary's pretty good with the comic books, so he would probably stick closer to that. Although he's big into Star Wars too, but I think even he admits he doesn't read the EU at all.
Right. Yeah, I remember
both of them would probably like get Ryan or somebody who'd be like, hey, you know all this stuff. Like, come in here and help me with this.
Ryan, I would hire definitely. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like, essentially, I think, like I said, they just kind of know what they don't know, and I don't think they would like just wing it. I think they would consult with people who they do know the universe a little better.
Yeah.
Or a lot better.
Ryan, Bane, and OG, I'd hire those 3 in a heartbeat. Yeah. Anyway.
Mhm. And then I'd make a couple, diversity hires, and by that I mean hot women. They
Yeah.
wouldn't really do anything, but I'd keep them around.
Yeah.
Endymion TV, who I understand is a YouTuber and has no connection whatsoever to Sailor Moon's Endymion, has suggested.
Yeah, no
Did you really have to specify that?
What the fuck? Come on, Ant.
I didn't think he was an anime character. I know he's a person.
Yeah.
Like, he's a person, and his name is Endymion.
I'm pretty sure Endymion isn't even from Sailor Moon. I'm pretty sure, like, it's like a completely... I think it's, like, from, like, a mythology or some shit like that. Like, what the fuck?
Agumon Digivolve to Endymion.
Yeah.
YouTubers such as Nerdrotic and The Critical Drinker be given the keys to the kingdom, be allowed to create scripts for the big Hollywood system.
That's not what this
Because,
is talking
as
about.
Endymion puts it, this will earn them millions.
You sure about that?
Well,
he said billions, first of all. He can't even read.
It's like, Ant, how about you get a new set of glasses? Like, you're clearly not reading shit right. Yeah.
Aren't you like a writer or something? Shouldn't you know how to read?
Yeah, he's writing his own novel that still hasn't fucking come out yet. Like, what the fuck, Ant? Where is it?
Look, it's gonna come out the same time that Grum's game comes out, and the same time that Theory's second fan film comes out.
And Josh's comic, yeah.
What's the other one? The game that's gotten a shit ton of crowdfunding. It's like oh god, Star Citizen, I think it's called. It's gotten like a shit ton of like GoFundMe or something over the years. And they just keep delaying it.
Yeah, the final build of Yandere Dev and fucking Beyond
All these
Good
things
and
will
Evil
release
2.
on the same day. Whenever Half-Life 3 is finally given a release date, they'll all announce their release date for the same day.
Yeah.
All the nerds just come together and they're like, we can finally release everything. Gaben has declared it so.
Gaben, yeah. Anyway.
You sure about that? You sure about that?
I have some thoughts, as you can
of course
well imagine.
Rub your hair more.
This topic. But let's break it down a second. First off,
break it down now.
Some articles have proposed.
Hang on, is Disney bad at Star Wars? Fucking yes. Yes.
So 2 of my most hated film comments, or I don't know if you'd even call them criticisms. I hate whenever 2 things. One phrase is what Ant just said, which is, I have some thoughts. It's usually by people who have gotten like an early screening or something, and they don't want to give any actual opinion until they see what the general consensus is. So they just lead with, I saw Rise of Skywalker. I have some thoughts, guys. So many thoughts. And then they just like leave it at that. And then everybody fucking posts emoji reaction faces. So, and then the other one is just like, I saw Rise of Skywalker and it sure was a movie.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, you're so fucking obnoxious. Shut up. Don't say anything at that point. You have nothing to say, so don't say anything.
Yeah, even worse. It's like, it's one of the movies of our time. Like, oh, fuck you.
Yeah. I hate just vague, as you learn from my Emmeline streams, I hate when people are vague and fucking say nothing.
Yeah.
That Disney is struggling with Star Wars. That appears to be the big reason why these focus groups are necessary. So the first question should be, is Disney really struggling with Star Wars specifically, since that's the big...
Dude, they would have been releasing movies every year if they weren't struggling. Clearly they're struggling. Like, don't even try.
Hashtag Solo lost money. Yeah.
And you'll be like, oh, they just shifted to streaming. And it's like, yeah, they planned the movies years in advance, so they knew as soon as Last Jedi released, essentially,
they were
going to stop doing
They would not have shifted to streaming if Solo hadn't lost money and Tross wasn't a bomb. No.
Yep, they would do it how, and Tross was seeing Last Jedi saw the biggest drop off from its, not prequel, but predecessor.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like a $700 million drop, and then The Rise of Skywalker was like another 300 and something million. It was barely over $1 billion, and that was with them blowing the entire load of like, oh, it's the end of the saga, it's the big finale, everybody needs to come out to see this. Like, whenever a series is well liked, you see with like Endgame, where if it's the finale of something, it should make a shit ton more. Because everybody's coming out to like see the biggest, most specialist, amazing climax.
Right.
Because they've been built up positively to that point. When you have a negative build up and everybody hates the shit, you see what happened with Rise of Skywalker, where they pull that card, they try and get the big finale crowd, and it just is a fart in the wind and goes away even worse than the previous one.
Right.
Yeah, obviously they would have been releasing a shit ton. They would have had a Boba Fett movie. They would, because if it's successful and everybody likes it, what you do is you release shit in the theaters, you make hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars or $1 billion, and then you release it later on your streaming service and get another surge in subscribers because you have a bunch of good movies coming out and you're just making gravy at that point because then you get the subscriptions on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
And people will buy it on home video and shit. And so yeah, when you don't have that, then you do what they did, which is they just retreat to their streaming service where they can pretend like anything is a success.
Right. Briscoe says, I have some thoughts, Ants. Like, you're such a fucking weirdo who looks like a rodent with Down syndrome. Yeah.
And I swear he wears lip gloss too. It's
yeah,
weird.
he's got real shiny lips.
That in the end of his nose, he like
Yeah.
shines them up
He
before
got a
videos, or he's just a greasy dude.
Yeah. Yeah,
Like
and
Anthony Gramuglia.
Ant sucks at showering, yeah.
Focal point for a lot of this discussion. The second discussion should be, are fan focus groups a bad thing?
No.
And what should those focus groups be like? And the third most important thing, is it a good idea to give YouTubers that are critical of media the keys to the kingdom?
That's a complete leap. Like, you're taking, oh, there's some fan focus groups to, oh my God, they're going to give all the control to YouTubers. And specifically the YouTubers I don't like because, you know, I'm sure you
Yes.
wouldn't mind if it were Alex and Molly Damon
Yeah, or
and fucking Kyle
you.
Katarn.
Or you, yeah.
Yeah. If they called in us, that would be okay because we wouldn't be toxic.
Toxic.
Only nothing would change then, so why the fuck would they even do that? Because you would just tell them everything they make is great, and they'd be like, "Oh, okay, we'll keep going then."
Yeah.
Scripting. In particular, Nerdrotic and The Critical Drinker. We're going to cover all that and more.
Oh,
But let's get started.
joy.
Now, the first question is
least-
Disney struggling with Star Wars?
I will say, at least he kept this one under 30 minutes. I mean, he's learning how to edit at least.
Right.
He's like, I'm going to eat my hand now.
In a recent investors' hostile takeover event, it was revealed that Disney has made about $12 to $14 billion in revenue from Star Wars.
What is this?
Based
Hang
on
John,
its
go
initial
back.
hostile takeover event. It was revealed that Disney
Okay,
has...
so hang on. So the stealth gold mine of the franchise remains merchandising. Disney typically doesn't release numbers for individual product lines, but sources say Star Wars merch generated $1 billion for the company last year. Baby Yoda has surely been a retail godsend. During a presentation in March to fight an activist investor who accused the company of overspending, Disney also revealed Lucasfilm has generated nearly $12 billion in total revenue on its $4 billion investment. There's so much stuffed into this fuzzy umbrella number, however, including non-Star Wars titles and projected future returns, and also so much left out. So it's tough to know what to make of that $12 billion other than Star Wars generates a lot of money, which you probably already knew.
Yeah, that's a complete bullshit number then, because as I've stated before, like around the holidays, you know, I'm going to the Lego store to see, what the gazillion dollar sets are that I could never afford.
Right.
And there's an Eye of Sauron out there, and then in the big center display, there's a Star Wars prequels Legos. Well, that doesn't have anything to fucking do with what Disney's done. It's not like
Right.
they've been promoting the prequels a ton.
Nah.
So they're making money off the existing clout of the franchise, sure. Like, it's always going to make some in merchandise, even if somebody buys nothing of the, sequels or any of their shit.
Yeah.
Like, I saw years later a Kira action figure at the grocery store that still hadn't sold. It was like 2025, and it was the 2018 movie figure.
Yikes.
And yeah, it even says it includes future revenue. Like, what the fuck kind of report is that? It's like, well, we've made a ton of money in the future.
Mm-hmm.
What do you have, a time machine? What are you talking about?
Made about 12 to 14 billion dollars in revenue from Star Wars.
Oh, and also it said like, oh, to fight off an investor. I think pretty sure that was whenever Ike Perlmutter and them were trying to get. They weren't trying to, destroy the franchise. They were trying to get Bob Iger out because he's been fucking up so much. And then they were concerned about spending. That wasn't necessarily like Star Wars and what they spent for it. I think that was more about the budgets of their films and stuff and all these random ass, sensitivity readers and stuff that they have to hire, or random ass people that take up all this budget. And so they can't, pay CGI artists, and they can't give anybody with actual talent a job. They got to just get all this shit in there.
Yeah, yes, Briscoe, that pause face, though, that's going on the fucking thumbnail. Yeah. It's like,
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Based on its initial investment of $4 billion. I think it's successful. And it's undeniably successful at this point in time.
Not really.
This takes into account the films, television, Disney Plus subscriptions.
Well, that's bullshit. This is what I mean by they can hide anything in a... Like, who's to say everybody just didn't subscribe to Disney Plus for old shit?
Yeah.
So you're really going to try and take credit for that? In fact, most people I know have subscribed to it for old shit. And then, you're only taking in revenue and not cost. So how can you say it's undeniably successful? If they're spending $200 million on a movie, that's another minus $1 billion.
Yeah.
The streaming services aren't free. They got they got servers, and they got to spend a ton of money on shows, 300 million or so for show probably. Yeah, so you're completely bullshitting.
Leftoids don't know economics. It's just a fact. They don't.
Oh, and even with the movie grosses, that's revenue, and it's not taking into account theater cuts, marketing cost, and all that sort of shit, because they never do that. They always just say it made more than its budget. It's profitable. No.
Yeah, no.
So just a shit ton of things not taken into account. So that 12 billion number is total bullshit too.
Briscoe, I might subscribe to Disney Plus for Song of the South. You know what, Briscoe? Do that. Because Song of the South, no fucking joke, is a legit good movie that gets saddled with bullshit fucking claims of racism. Song of the South is legitimately not a racist movie. That has my stamp of approval on it. And I ain't saying this just to trigger whoever lurkers there may be in the fucking chat. I legit think it's a good movie.
They made the black character too helpful and nice. He's a cliche.
Yeah, wow.
Uncle Tom.
Uncle Tom, yeah.
These monkeys need to be our slaves, man.
I love how he's not willing to take any bias into account here too. Like, this was said during an investors meeting where they wanted to shut down a takeover. So obviously they're going to give the most biased, one-sided report of numbers possible in order to spin to make themselves seem successful. You're literally just taking the state-run media and just like completely believing it with no qualms.
But Ant
incapable.
But Ant isn't a fucking Disney shill. He just thinks that they're not as bad. Like, yeah, totally, bro.
Learn about implicit bias. Like, obviously the company is going to say that the company is doing well. This is what I always tell people whenever James Gunn says that his movie doesn't have to make a lot in order to be profitable. I'm like, of course he's going to say that. They're like, well, I believe him. He's the director. You're not. That's exactly why you shouldn't believe him. He's obviously in his best interest to say it's successful. That's like asking me, hey, John, should we fire you or should we keep you around? Have you been successful? Obviously, I'm going to say I've been successful. What am I going to do? Go, oh, no, I'm pretty shit. Fire me.
Merchandise sales and the parks, of which Galaxy's Edge has proven to be one of the most successful new additions.
It has
Oh, really?
not.
How's their hotel doing?
Yeah. This is like ants. When you say shit like this is what I fucking mean. When you're a Disney shill, you cannot fucking say this shit with a straight face. And Abby, think you're not a Disney shill. You're a Disney shill in denial. You're a closeted Disney shill, plain and fucking simple. God.
Oh, he knows he is. I don't even think he's denying it for himself. I think that he's just doing it to try and maintain some credibility whenever he compliments it. He'll be like, "I'm not a shill. I just really love everything that's come out the most recently."
He hates the prequels. That's a fucking shill thing to do.
Yeah, he hates the prequels so much, he owns the novelization to one of them, yeah.
Well, you can always tell who's a shill by it's how they respond when the thing comes out. Because everybody will say it's shit 6 months later when they aren't being, when they don't have to try and pump up positivity for it on release. But it's like whenever like the shit's actually hitting the fan and you got to make it successful or not, that's whenever it's determined. And if you're just out there going, it's great, and then 6 months later you're like, I had a lot of problems with Obi-Wan actually, then you're a fucking shill. Like, we know that you're just spinning everything to try and make the initial release successful.
Spin to win. Anyway.
With studios since its inception. Granted, there've been a lot of misfires as well, such as that hotel that Jane Nicholson did a fantastic video on.
So he knows the hotel was a fucking failure, but he's still sitting over here saying, the whole fucking Galaxy's Edge, that's a huge success. Like, no, it fucking isn't. Galaxy's Edge gets like no fucking visitors, bro.
Star Tours was around for like 40 years before Disney even bought it, 30 something probably. It's just like, obviously Star Wars was going to have some success at a theme park just based again off the legacy, nothing that's going on right now.
Right.
And then of, course he's got the one time that he offers any sort of criticism, he's got to try and prop up another shill.
Yeah. Also speaking of like Melvin's like best videos, I still think like his video like calling out like Hello Greedo over that fucking Galaxy's Edge shit, that's still like one of his best videos to this day. Like, I still watch it like and it gets a chuckle out of me. Anyway.
Jenny Nicholson, the one who like EFAP hardly ever covers female creators, but then one of the few times they did was on hers, and then she went after them, and you can see exactly why they don't, because she's like, oh, they're so sexist, they went after my Joker review, cancel them. It's just like, oh my god, I'm sorry you can't handle criticism, honey, maybe get off the internet.
You can't take the heat, get out the kitchen. Anyway, Briscoe says, Briscoe says, I love Song of the South. There you go. Briscoe says, then they shit on it. They hype it up again when the next season or movie's coming out. Anyway.
That's what I mean. They'll be like, I'm not biased. I actually didn't like this show. I'm like, really? Because your review at the time says otherwise.
Oh.
They have been misfires, undeniably so. The problem with Disney...
That's the only misfire you're going to acknowledge is the hotel, just to plug Jenny Nicholson real quick?
That's it. The hotel. Nothing else. No movies, no shows, no comics, nothing. Just the fucking hotel. That's it. Other than that, Disney has a flawless track record, all things considered.
He'll say that those got mixed reactions, Backseater, because that's what they always say when something is universally shit on. They're like, it sparked some mixed reactions.
Right, yeah.
Darth Jedi. Last Jedi was divisive. No, it was shit, and everybody hated it.
Yeah.
It's a matter of content versus focusing on a few key things. Under George Lucas, Lucasfilm produced very few pieces of media. Fans always asked for more. There were several canceled TV shows.
Hold on. Hang on. We got more fucking EU denying right here because they had us eating fucking good with tons of books and comics and shit and video games. This is a fucking lie. Solar, do you have anything to say on this?
It's fucking bullshit, man.
Yeah, it's like, way to downplay fucking books as a fucking medium, Ants. Way to fucking go.
Yeah, they pretty much just produce shit now just to fill time. So, relatively speaking, sure, they produce more now. You're right.
Right.
But and according to like the amount of years that they had it, because the EU like didn't start until the 90s, really.
No, 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 John.
Well, I know they had other comics and stuff. I meant as far as like the volume of novels greatly increased then.
Right.
But yeah, I know there was like what was they, Dark Horse comics and stuff
Yeah,
before then.
the original pre Return of the Jedi EU, you had like
Marvel.
the Marvel comics. Yeah, I was about to say that. The Marvel comics, obviously. You had Splinter of the
Splinter of the
Mind's
Mind.
Eye. Yeah, you had all these yeah.
Yeah, so they were I guess he was saying film, so he's just saying like, oh, it's only counts if it's on movies, which is a BS stance. But
Yes.
even if he wants to narrow the scope to that, there was already like a TV show for the droids. There was the
Mhm.
holiday special.
The
Um,
Ewoks cartoon, the
yeah.
'03 Clone Wars, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm, girlfriend.
Shows that Lucas was working on before he sold the
And
rights
video
to Star
games.
Wars.
Yes.
And mind you, Lucas is not returning to Star Wars. He sold it.
Right.
He doesn't
Yes,
want it
we
anymore
know.
because
we know.
the fan backlash to the prequels was so intense.
Fake
he didn't.
Well,
fans.
no, it's because he's old and he he was not going to make another series of films whenever he was coming up on 80 here.
Yeah.
Like the people that shit on the prequels back then are the same people chilling for Disney today.
Yeah.
Want to do it anymore. So right there, fans begging Lucas to come back. It's not going to happen. He is done. But
okay, and you don't realize it, but you're actually agreeing with all the people that you hate on that.
Yeah.
Because all the thumbnails you showed of geeks and gamers, of like Critical Drinker, all of them agree with you on that. They always tell their own fans who ask for that and say, he's not coming back. He's too old. He's sold it. He's happy just making money. He's got a family, like all this shit.
Mhm.
Most people realize this. There's a few fringe fans, I'm sure, that are still asking for it. Most people recognize it's not going to happen.
Right.
Um,
Yeah, John, I get like this one guy on Twitter. He is such a fucking hopium peddler. His name's Terry Thompson. That dude really needs to learn that Disney should not bring the EU back cuz they'll fuck it up as bad as their own continuity. Just no. Oh my god, fucking Terry Thompson, man. Anyway.
with Disney, they answered fan demand. They gave fans what they wanted.
No.
What they thought they wanted.
No, they shit on the prequels.
fans
That's
what
what
they want.
that's what some fans wanted. But they certainly, even if you, so this is like, if you agree, even the fans who would agree with that like the red letter medias and stuff that are like, oh, we didn't like it. It's not like they automatically like the sequels. Like they fucking shit on that just because you agree on one thing does not mean you agree on all things. And I know that's like a little bit hard for you to comprehend, but it's like we might coincidentally agree on a film opinion on, I don't know, some random fucking film. Like, we both like One Piece or something. We could like it for completely different reasons, and which
Right.
we clearly do. And, that doesn't mean that we automatically agree on other things. Like, that's
Mhm.
such an idiotic take.
Yeah.
Were you going to say something, Solar?
Not really.
Oh, okay.
Or the sequel trilogy, new additions to fill in the lore, television shows that, again,
Already had
fans were
that.
begging for years. It follow-ups to the cartoons that were beloved, giving Dave Filoni keys to the kingdom.
Oh, I know what fans were asking for that.
No.
I know what fans were asking for that. That was fucking Christian Harloff. He was harping on that for years because that was back whenever I actually ashamedly used to watch fucking Collider and shit. And I would be like,
No.
and he'd be on there like every time. Like, I didn't even know Filoni that well. I watched Clone Wars one time in the background as I was doing other shit. I'd be like listening on my phone and look up when it sounded like something exciting might be happening. Because I was just not, well, you guys know I hate the fucking animation in it, and I knew that it was stretched out and had a bunch of filler episodes and shit.
Yeah.
But he was always on that fucking train where he's like, you gotta hand it to Filoni. Filoni knows it. The Apprentice, he knew Lucas. Oh. Like,
Harloff's a
all the fucking
Filoni
lies.
Harloff is a
Oh, I was
Filoni
fed this
dick
propaganda
licker.
for years where it was like, and he would tell everybody else. So that's where the fucking Coy Jandros and everybody in his orbit got the idea that Filoni's the expert
Filoni's
because
the
they don't know Star
god.
Wars. So they just believed whatever Harloff said because he was the supposed big Star Wars fan, even though he, all I ever heard from them about the EU, him and the Knapsack guys were like, oh, the EU is stupid. They dropped a moon on Chewbacca and there was Luke. Oh, anyways, the EU is stupid. Anyways, guys,
Yeah,
this new Disney stuff is amazing.
now we have better stories in Star Wars, like Luke on the bright side. Yeah.
Like the fact that they fed me that for years and I still broke out of that matrix where it's like you're getting fed propaganda one way and you still realize that it's fucking bullshit shows how shitty it is. Like if it were even mediocre, I would probably fucking take it. But after a while, you're just like, I don't believe anything you fucking say. You're selling me shit.
Yeah, it's fucking snake oil salesman. Yeah.
Eventually, you got to just realize it.
This is stuff that fans were wanting, but now fans aren't satisfied with how it turned out. They thought they wanted it.
Fake fans wanted it.
How they got it. And that's not to say that fan backlash to Star Wars is wrong.
And what did they want? Nostalgia berries? Was it just like, oh, Force Awakens? Like a lot of us fell under that spell where it was like, it's that thing I like. It's X-Wings. It's TIE fighters. Yippee! We were Anakin. But and then it's like, then the thing wore off about a few months later where a lot of people started calling it shit and they were like, wait a minute. And then The Last Jedi came out and people were immediately like, holy fuck, what the hell?
Yeah, it stinks. Anyway.
For one, have criticized many of their decisions, such as making the Book of Boba Fett the way they made it. Expanding Obi-Wan Kenobi from a movie to a television show, because very clearly that show would work much better as a 2-hour movie than a
without Reva, right, Ant?
6-hour TV
without Reva,
and the fact that the effects kind of look cheap.
The effects kind of look cheap. That's your first thing you bring up for that show.
Criticism? What? Wow! What a no.
Oh God! Like he does the safest criticism where it's like, I'll make sure not to insult anybody that I can't insult Reva because she's a black woman, so I'm going to completely avoid that hornet's nest.
Have some balls, Ant. Holy shit!
God, just one thing: insult an actor's performance. That's another way. I mentioned like the few months delay in the actual criticism. That's one way to tell a shill.
Right.
The other way is the ones that don't want to blame anybody, even if they do insult something, where they're just like, oh, it just didn't work out or come together, but it's nobody's fault. The actors all did their job, and the director, I'm sure that the evil corporate overlords told them to make it this way.
Yeah.
Because they definitely want to lose money. I don't know. Like you won't hear me defending Suits, but in the end, the Suits want to make money. They aren't going to tell you to make something shit.
Right.
As it goes on. However, a lot of fan backlash is focused on casting, specifically the casting of minorities in key roles.
I mean, I definitely had fun playing a particularly challenging game of Spot the White Guy with this trailer.
That's
because this one shows enough to fulfill.
Yeah, the casting is usually indicative of something else that you didn't hire for talent, because it's not a coincidence that you have the most obscure groups represented the most. Somehow, just mathematically, with people in America, that doesn't even make sense. Which is where these things are being made. So, yeah, it's a little strange.
Very sus, yeah.
And then when the show turns out shit, that is one of the first things you're going to blame, because it's like, you probably didn't hire for talent. You probably hired for this bullshit because you needed to fill a quota, because we've seen through Film Threat that these things have been leaked, that they have these quotas to meet. So yeah, it's pretty, whenever it's proven right and the show is shit, they're going to call it out.
Right.
Disney's entire DEI quota for the next 2 fiscal years. For example,
that were true,
check out this collection of Jedi Padawans and see if you can identify the one demographic that's mysteriously left out.
The fact of the matter is, a lot of the fan backlash is not the things that are really inherent with the show. You don't see many people complain.
Bro, he was talking about a trailer.
Oh
He can't
my
insult the writing yet.
god.
It's not like he can say, "Oh man, that twist in episode 6 really sucked" or something when he's analyzing a fucking trailer.
God, bruh.
Again, like, do you go after the people that are like, "Oh, I love the diversity in this. That makes it good."
Nope, because
Like,
that's fine when they do that.
yeah, okay. Because it seems like a fucking double standard. I always love that. You just gotta 180 things and it exposes the hypocrisy so quick. Because there's
Right.
so many people that offer empty praise just because they say, "Well, I love it. Moses Ingram, we need more black women in Star Wars. 100%. So love the fact that she was there." It's just like you'll hear that sort of shit all the time. And he never calls that shit out. Oh, it's
Nope.
so fucking annoying.
Yep.
We need more black women in Uganda.
They know the way.
No the way.
Why wasn't Knuckles Ugandan? Why did he talk like Idris Elba?
Yeah. Oh my god.
That would be hilarious if they actually just like had Idris Elba just say, "Sonic, do you know the way?"
Yeah.
For example, with the Acolytes, issues with pacing, how its character development isn't particularly strong in the first half.
Really? These are real. So pacing issues and that the character development isn't strong in the first half. That's your fucking issue, bro.
Just keep it vague. No direct. No role even, because then somebody could blame the actor, and then people think I'm toxic. So I just gotta do vague. Oh, the pacing of the show. Nobody's fault.
Just walk on all these eggshells, man. Yeah.
It's like, oh, it's such blasé criticism, and he brushes over it so quick just to like, it's like he's trying to fulfill just enough of a quota to say that he's neutral or like unbiased. He's like, "Oh, see, I offered criticism. I said the pacing was bad for 2 seconds, and then I moved on."
And how by cutting the cast down to like a fourth of its original number, the show actually gets better because it has fewer characters to focus on.
Really?
Those weren't characters. They killed a bunch of red shirts. I know they killed Jackie and Yord.
Yeah.
R.I.P. to the Yord horde. But like most of the people who died were the fucking randos in the background.
Yeah.
They weren't characters. They were spending writing time.
It's like, so aside, when you get rid of all those guys, only 2 characters got killed off that you could considerably call main characters. That's it. The rest of the characters, the rest of the main character, like one more main character dies, and the rest are just minor characters. So no, the cast really didn't shrink all that much. It's like just 3 got lost over the course of the show. Whoop-de-doo.
The fact that they could just arbitrarily kill them off and not really have it have much of an effect. Like, do they even fucking? I know, whatever one is the good one. OSHA, or I think it's OSHA, is supposed to be the light. Yeah, so
OSHA's the light one. Yeah.
She mentions it like for half an episode until she sees his tiny Asian penis, and then she's like, "Oh, wait a minute! I don't hate you anymore. You killed my friends. Never mind, you're naked. All right."
It's like I should hate you, but you're hot. Oh.
As Star Wars Sexplained said, "Hold me in those arms, Manny Jacinto."
What are you gay?
What are you gay?
Characters, it indicated to the audience that the characterization in general wasn't that strong. Unfortunately, I don't think it was enough to really save the show. I understand a lot of people want to bring it back. I, for one, think a season 2 would actually prove it could.
No, not a lot of people. As you would say, a very small minority online.
Yeah.
This is the time to actually say that.
Yeah.
God
damn. Damn.
Case in point, Rings of Power has gotten better in its second season.
No, it didn't. No, fuck you. No, it didn't. If it's
this is like revisionist history.
This is flat out revisionism. Yeah. Fuck you, Ant.
He just casually brushes over that. Like, you need a whole video essay to make that argument, dude, because you know that nobody fucking liked Rings of Power season 2. Come on. He's just acting like that's just an accepted fact at this point. He's just like, "Oh yeah, everybody loved Rings of Power season 2 anyways."
Yeah. Oh my god.
And since nobody watched it, including anybody who's a fan of his watching this video, now they will think that is fact. So he's just doing propaganda for Rings of Power right now.
Yeah, what the fuck?
But I also get why it was canceled. It just wasn't popular enough given the massive budget it had. And that's the thing.
No, it just wasn't popular enough.
They always pull this shit amongst universally hated. Like, oh, the budget was too fucking big. It's like the budget could certainly play a fucking role, but we all know the fucking reason. It was a fucking garbage ass show. No one wanted, no one liked, and it fucking died. Oh my god.
Let's play this out from a logical perspective, Ant. If I'm the Disney accountant and I say, well, this show, it had a ton of viewers, but the budget was just a little bit too big. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna say, well, I guess we just don't make it then? Or are you gonna say, oh, well then we'll make season 2 for less budget and we'll make a lot of money then?
A smaller budget, yeah.
Yeah, if you had any sort of success, you would have just reduced the budget for season 2. I don't see how the fuck it costs so much because it's not exactly $1 billion. It's not like Robert Downey Jr.'s in it. Like you got what's her face with the big tits that's probably getting the most money.
Manla Stenberg, yeah.
Yeah. And then like Manny Jacinto's basically an unknown, so you're not paying him a lot. Like I'm thinking of who would actually be in a season 2.
I'd say like the highest paying actors they got in that show were what the hell's her face? Trinity, she's dead. Soul's dead, and fucking Anastaea's dead. I'd say they're like the three big one. I'd say they're the three like who would be the most costly, but yeah, like I keep saying, they're fucking dead. So that shouldn't be much of an issue. It's like going forward, all you have to, like John said, going forward, you only really have fucking Amanda and Manny to work with, and they're not expensive. So no, this budget is bullshit. This budget claim is bullshit.
You teased Plagueis, and because he was hanging out in the cave creeping on him. So you had to pay some voice actor for CGI Plagueis. Okay, that's pretty easy.
Yeah.
Get one of your Clone Wars people and have them change their voice a little bit. They'll practically work for free because voice actors don't get paid a shit ton.
Yeah.
You easily could have made this show for a third of that budget if it's over. Oh, that estimated budget is bullshit. It's like 300 million, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, you easily make it for a third of that. Spend even 100 million is pretty fucking generous considering you've got the volume and shit to keep the budget down even more. It's not like they had any huge action sequences. Like it was a pretty bodily kind of show. It was characters talking to each other on ships and in caves.
Yeah.
Budget over the last several years. Spend less money, focus on the writing, and there you go. That's a key to success.
Why do they need to focus on the writing? Was the writing bad, Ant? Because you didn't mention that before.
Yeah.
You're just vaguely alluding to it.
Without having to overspend anything. In worst case scenario, if you fail to recoup your budget, you didn't put much in it to begin with, so it's much less of a loss. I keep thinking back to the old school Star Trek shows. I think of Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager. These shows did not have big budgets, and thus were able to make 20-something episodes a season. And reused sets, reused costumes, took some tricks to save a few bucks. And that was...
They were also well written. They were also a lot better acted. They were also not made... Like Star Trek is a classic example of you can make a lot of commentary and political shit as long as you actually represent it realistically and not just as propaganda. You had Beverly Crusher get, dressed down, not literally, I mean in a conversation, dressed down by fucking Picard because she had a naive opinion, like a lot of you and your little friends would have about the Prime Directive on the one episode. And he basically said, this is bullshit. You can't think of it this way. You're so fucking childish and simplistic in your views.
Although Picard would probably want to dress down Crusher, let's be real.
Well, he did. That was season 3 of Picard when they found his son from her.
Okay, there we go. But anyway, but yeah, it's like also about the episode count. It's like, oh, that's why they're able to do a 20 episode show, dude. I don't think anyone wants to see the fucking Acolyte get stretched across 20
My
fucking
God.
episodes. Because look, the reason episode counts have gone down isn't just because of budget. It's also because of the fact that a lot of people don't like filler episodes anymore. And when you cut out the filler episodes, then the episode count gets reduced, which means that there's now a lot less to write, and other parts of the story can be focused on now, pretty much.
Yeah, and also like TV used to be like your main form of entertainment before gaming got as big as it has. So people would just tune in every Friday night for some show and they'd have it on for half the year
Oh
because there's
yeah, oh yeah. Also,
52 weeks in the year. You have 20 something episodes. You basically play for half the year.
oh yeah, also streaming because nowadays with the advent of streaming, people are more likely to watch episodes in order than just in whatever the hell the network decides to randomly air. And so because of that, a lot
Yeah.
of writers have shifted towards focusing more on setup and payoff and continuity to complement the
Mm.
shift. So yeah,
I forget what the it's serialized versus oh god, I forget the other term. But
episodic.
basically like yeah, so like it's a lot more serialized now where it's like yeah, a continuous story over the at least a season
Hmm.
versus like yeah, you can just tune into a random episode and still basically know what's going on.
Right, yeah. And
Unless
even
it's like a season finale or something.
right, yeah. Anyway.
Um but yeah, that was just how things were made.
I've been visually
And the fucking Acolyte already had filler in an whatever it was, 8, 9 episodes. Like that's the crazy thing about these shows that they're killing time and they're doing filler and they still cost a shit ton of money and they're only like 6 or 8 episodes. How the fuck?
Yeah, and before anyone says it's like, well, what about shit like character development? Where's room for that? You can still do breather episodes and bottle episodes, but they still need to tie into the plot to some degree.
I would love nothing more than if they spent their downtime doing character development. Instead, we get Ahsoka folding her arms and having giant pauses and saying absolutely nothing to Sabine, going, "Oh, you don't like my training?"
Mm-hmm.
Pause. I don't.
Pregnant
Pause.
pause.
It's
Yeah.
like, Jesus Christ, do something.
Yeah, do something.
I'm
Yeah.
poking the show with a stick. Do something.
Yeah.
spectacular, but was intellectually stimulating with characters that are memorable.
Filoni's like, I only made the old cartoon episodes were only 18 to 22 minutes. I don't know what to do with all this time. Ah.
Yeah. Right.
Even decades later. And Disney seems to have taken that message from it. Initially, back in their 2020 investors call, they had insinuated that they had 10, 15 shows they're working on. Only a few of those have materialized because of a lack of fan interest.
Because Kathleen Kennedy doesn't know what the fuck she's doing, and she announces a bunch of shit that she thinks is going to be loved, and then shit goes sideways, and she's way too reactionary and emotional.
Right.
And she has no fucking real plan. She just likes to announce shit to pretend that she does.
Right.
But that would be sexist for Ant to say, so you can't say it.
Right.
And quite frankly, Disney was pumping out too much for Disney Plus. And they've taken the right message. They've hit the brakes on a lot of productions. They've slowed things down. And Marvel's a great example of this. A year ago, people were claiming it was the end of Marvel. Now, however, people are discussing that Marvel has gotten its groove.
Bro, they've had 3
No.
flops in a row this year. What are you talking about?
Hang on, John. No, he made this like close to a year ago. Hang on. When did he make this? When did he upload this, John? Hang on, check.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
11. Okay, so
Okay.
about a year ago.
So what? Deadpool and Wolverine had I forget when that came out, but it was right around when that came out because that came out in the summer, I think. So
Right.
that was probably like making $1 billion. So he was like, "Oh, they're back." Whereas he doesn't realize that that's just like No Way Home, where it's mining a lot of the nostalgia. And as we learn with Star Wars, you can only mine that for so long. They don't seem to understand like spending a shell like BVS. Sure, it made 800 something million. It should have been over $1 billion because it was the first time that Superman and Batman teamed up. you're never going to get that shot again. It's going to be lessened next time you do it. Same thing with Deadpool and Wolverine. It pulled out all the stops, all the old nostalgia, all that shit. You're only going to get that chance once, because the next time you do it, it's going to be less impactful. It's diminishing returns.
Right.
Same thing with the Spider-Man. You know, you only get to pull out all the old Spider-Man one time, and they didn't even have Japanese Spider-Man. Maybe they'll do that for the next one. Spider String.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
But like, now that you've done that, it's not going to work as well the next time. And it doesn't mean that you have some continuously healthy franchise when you're relying on 50-year-old Wolverine to come back another time.
Right.
So you're fucked long term still.
Mhm.
Oh, and if you got to sell on, oh, it's not like all that other shit. We're completely separated from our main story. That's not a good sign either. That means
No.
you've got to shit on your main story just to make something
Yeah.
individually successful.
I remember when Bob, organized chaos. I remember when he was pulling this shit with fucking X-Men 97. It's like X-Men 97 was pretty good. That helped the MCU. It's like X-Men 97 is not a part of the MCU, dumbass.
Oh, jeez.
It's a
And they'll use it in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
So whenever something is shit and it's disconnected, they'll be like, well, that doesn't really matter because it doesn't affect the main thing. But whenever something is successful and disconnected, they'll be like, oh, this is amazing. And now it's saved the MCU.
Right. Ridiculous.
And Solar, sorry if I'm talking a lot. I get heated with Ant here, you know. Feel free to chime in and don't sorry about interrupting you if you're trying.
Don't worry.
Back. Did it ever lose its groove? I don't know about that. I think the problem is they kept making too much, and that diluted the brand too much. But
they used to make like 700-800 million minimum.
Yeah.
Now they make like 300-400 million. So yeah, it's been shit on, and it costs way more than ever. So you do the math, buddy.
But we have people excited for Brave New World. We have people excited for the Thunderbolts. Deadpool and Wolverine.
That didn't pan out.
Most successful films around. But the question then becomes,
thought he was gonna finish with a more declarative statement than just around.
Yeah.
Pause. Like he was gonna do something. Like I thought he was gonna say like post COVID or something like that, or of the year or something. You know.
No, just around. Just that's good enough. Around.
It's the most vague, non-committal statement. It's like he was trying to think of something to prop up it's successful for, and he just couldn't. So he's just like,
so
oh,
just
fuck,
left it around. Yeah. Oh my god. What a
this is his face when he's called out for. He's like, oh jeez.
Oh, I'm done. He's like, oh shit, and then he's like, oh shit, Max Sear got me on the thumbnail again. Fucking Christ, Ant.
Are the focus groups necessary? Disney is clearly learning a lesson from its failures. So are these fan focus groups even required anymore? Well, that depends on how they manifest. Now,
you know, if you made a bunch of good shit, nobody would care that you were making a bunch of shit.
No.
Like, it's not the volume that's the problem in the end. It's the quality of the volume.
Right.
Not the volume is in the Star Wars bullshit set that they makes them lazy to make CGI, but like the volume is in the actual volume of content.
Important to note that focus groups and testing groups exist. They already do, and they're already influencing everything. And there are tons of focus groups that already that are existing.
So this article is
and
stupid.
Quite frankly, focus groups for fans have already existed.
So the article is stupid.
They're just not widely marketed. I have a hard time believing that there was no focus group for Spider-Man when the Marvel
so the article's stupid
worked out, where Spider-Man can cross over into the MCU. I'm almost positive we got people going, hey, have Spider-Man do this, have Spider-Man do that, just to show to the Marvel studio heads and the Sony heads, this is what the fans want. The problem is, are the fans listened to? Focus groups notoriously are not exactly...
Yep. Yeah, so this article sounds like a bunch of bullshit because it's pointing out that something was made that you just said a bunch was already made.
Yeah.
So what the fuck is the point of like getting all mad about it and being like, oh, you shouldn't do the focus groups, the YouTuber? He's like Palpatine. He's like, the YouTubers are taking over.
Yeah.
Just as I feared, Kathleen.
Yeah.
I'm too weak.
Oh, dash the
Executive
pain.
producer roles. They may or may not have much of an impact on what direction the story takes overall, and different focus groups are weighed differently by the individual producers who are given the data. So inherently,
He's like a third into the video and he still hasn't mentioned Critical Drinker except for that one short clip from the Acolyte trailer analysis.
Yeah.
So as usual, Ant's taking a while to get to the fucking point.
Oh, Ant, when will you ever change?
super fan focus group being assembled is not the end of the world.
You know, a prologue is not supposed to be the main story of like, I would think as an author, in Ant's book, I think the prologue is going to be 9/10 of the book, and then the actual story is going to be like a 1/20th of it, and then the epilogue is going to be the other 20th. He'll just be like, just be like, okay, so the preamble, here's the backstory of this nation, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, fucking Christ.
And that introduces our main character on page 568.
Ridiculous.
But it can be for some films. There are many films out there that are damaged by audience responses.
Really?
For example, a great example of a film.
Why do you keep these cuts? Like, just recut it at this point. It sounds like you lost your train of thought in the middle of the fucking sentence, and now you're trying to regather it. You're like, oh wait.
It's like he forgot to. He's looking down at the script. He forgot his script, and he's looking down at the floor where it is.
You know what I do when I have a bad on-camera moment, but maybe I recorded the dialogue exactly how I liked it. I just put a fucking image over the screen of something relevant, and just cover up my face for 2 seconds.
Yeah, and you should also try these new revolutionary things Hollywood does. They're called takes.
Yeah, really. It's like, oh, I got a shitty computer. I can't retake anything. Its memory's running out. Oh, jeez. It's like smoking in the background. His wife's like, help me with the baby. He's like, oh, jeez.
Baby, you better run out and get me a new fucking mech drive or I'm fucking beating your ass senseless tonight.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yes.
Was hurt by.
That's how you save your channel, Backseaters. Put allegedly at the end of everything you say.
Allegedly, yes.
Would be the original Blade Runner.
Gaff had been there and let her live. 4 years, he figured.
I feel like he's talked about this stupid
Test
cut
audiences
before.
were confused by the plot. They were confused by the various elements that the film.
Oh, wait. He brought up Blade Runner. So is he going to bring up that stupid, what's it called? Neuromancer that he always finds a way to squeeze that shit into everything?
Neuromancer and anything by Ursula K. Le Guin. Those are the two things he always
the Tales of Earthsea bitch.
Yeah, the commie Tales of Earthsea bitch, yeah.
Anyway. And they did not like how bleak the ending was. They wanted their heroic Harrison Ford to get the girl in the end. And so producers pushed for this narration to be added into the film. They pushed for this happier ending that we saw in the theatrical cut. That damaged Blade Runner and its performance moving forward.
They don't advertise.
Really?
Okay, now I'm going to give Ant a chance to get some credit here, because I have heard people bring up producers are bad sometimes, which is definitely true. Like, producers, a lot of times, they don't know what the hell they're doing. They're just putting money, but understandably, they're putting money behind something. So they want to see a return on their investment. So if they see something that a lot of people don't like, they'll put in a word, which is fine. They control the purse strings. But a lot of times, producers make good notes and they push people towards good results. It's sort of like a coach in a sport. You may not like it when they insult your play, but in the end, it helps improve things, because if you have an ego, maybe you don't want to listen to criticism.
Yeah.
So I'm giving him a chance to bring up a good example of when producers helped too.
Yeah. Plus it's like, yeah, there's been like a lot of like really good producers, like Rick McCallum for the prequels. He was a really good producer For George Lucas, yeah. Anyway.
What are you talking about, Backseat? He was just surrounded by yes men. Nobody told him what to do there.
Yeah. George was totally surrounded by yes men, as opposed to, people who had faith in his vision and mutually agreed with him. Yeah.
George Lucas raped my childhood.
Yeah.
Everybody hated George Lucas. Can't you tell by all the behind the scenes footage where they're laughing and joking around with him?
Yeah.
It's kind of like when Nostalgia Chick says how miserable she was, and then they show you the behind the scenes of their crossover episode, and they're fucking laughing, slamming each other's head into the table like wrestling moves. It's like, I was miserable during that. Oh.
Yeah.
Killers in a newspaper.
On the other hand, however, not having a focus group can be just as damaging.
The focus group.
Case in point, the film Joker 2 came out without any test audiences watching it. Warner Brothers just trusted Todd Phillips completely. There was no oversight. James Gunn didn't set in as the head of DC Studios.
Oh, if it had James Gunn.
Oh, okay. Oh, he's a gun file. Okay.
It's all Todd Phillips's fault. It couldn't possibly be the fact that they tried to shoot that he was going against the toxic audience of the first film, because that's the people you're railing against in this video. So you can't say that. By the way, that's exactly why Joker fails, because Todd Phillips got all up and wrestled in his jimmies about, who liked his first film. He's like, oh, the incel audience, I can't have them. I'll make one that gives the middle finger to them. I'll have Joker get raped and have Harley Quinn. I'll just torture this character that they didn't even... It's not like they were viewing him as a hero, but he was a sympathetic kind of guy.
Right.
Yeah.
Said, you know what? You're doing all right, Todd Phillips. Your last Joker was successful. You can go ahead without
it was more than
stopping you.
successful. It had like a $50 million budget, made over $1 billion. It's one of the most profitable fucking movies of all time. So much so that he could make another sequel and it could fail again, and he would still have made the studio profit.
Right.
Just once again brushing over the parts that he doesn't like the fact that Joker was one of the most successful R-rated movie of all time.
Yeah.
He did just that, and I think the cinema score and the box office this weekend speaks for itself.
And the critical drinkers response and Mahler and all the people that you hate, all of them hated Joker too, by the way. You gonna mention that?
No, of course not. No.
Because it seems like they're in agreement with you on that, so maybe they'd be a good focus group.
Marvel's has topped Joker 2 and its opening weekend. I await Venom 3 topping Joker as well. Just licking it all the way down to the bottom. Anyway, the point remains this, that there is a need for focus groups. Should the studios assemble these focus groups? Well, there's actually very little monetary proof it'll benefit studios in the long run. There are various films that exist out there that were mainly for the fans. Scott Pilgrim, Dread. These are last 15 years, films that were just directed at the fans. They were made for the fans. And
yeah, Dread failed because of the 3D shit. Nobody wanted that, and it was right in the middle of that craze, and they terribly marketed it.
Yeah,
and then
much.
What was the other one? Oh yeah, Scott Pilgrim. That was always a niche property. They never should have spent a shit ton of budget on it. I mean, I'm not even a big fan of it, but I know the shit surrounding it. So it's like, you're naming shit that failed for other reasons than focus groups and catering to fans.
Right.
Fans make a ripple effect. The MCU succeeded because it pleased hardcore comic fans, and then they told their friends and family about it. And then there's always that ripple effect. Like, you start off with hardcore, you please them, and it'll spread to the mainstream if you do it well.
Right.
And neither of them were profitable. Scott Pilgrim has a cult following that has become very, very vocal, as has Dread, but neither film made enough money to justify the studios for more, especially Dread, which I think really suffered. And unlike Scott Pilgrim, which captured an aesthetic at the time and had Edgar Wright's name attached to it, and a lot of star power from stars who become very popular later, including Brie Larson, Dread did not really have that. It had Carl Urban, it had Lena Headey, and that's all the star power you got.
Brie Larson was in one big movie and it was attached to the MCU.
Not very successful, though has again garnered a massive cult following upon its later release. But of course, these are niche products. Dredd and Scott Pilgrim do not have the name recognition that something like Spider-Man or Batman have, obviously.
Right.
However, a hot-button topic has become listening to the fans. I don't think it's inherently bad to have a focus group for these individuals.
It's never
After all, they're
bad.
all part of the audience.
Never
However, it's also
bad,
important to understand that this group needs to be considered, and it need to be considered in the context of their size. They are far more gay people watching movies than they are hardcore reactionaries watching movies.
What does
despite
this
what you
have
may
to do
think.
with
And these
anything?
hardcore reactionaries
Oh my God, that's not the comparison to a hardcore reactionary would be a super casual fan, not a gay person. What the fuck are you talking
What
about?
the fuck,
Is
Ant?
and also like hardcore fans of a property are usually like a similarity of thought on that property. Gay people can have all different thoughts about a property. Like one group is based on their opinions about something, the other one is based on their fucking sexuality, which has nothing to do with the comic. Like,
John,
What?
John,
What?
don't you know that minorities are a monolith?
yeah, they're a fucking hive mind, exactly. It's like,
apparently. God, this is the stupidest fucking comparison Ant has ever fucking made. What the shit?
I implore anybody who watches this who
Ugh.
is a gay man who was a well, gay whatever, lesbian whatever, that is a fan of Dredd, be like, hey, I'm a hardcore fan and gay, what the fuck are you gonna do with me, Ant?
Yeah.
Should they listen to me or not? Because I seems to be contradictory based on what you're saying.
What you gonna do, Ant? What you gonna do
Oh
when
my
they come
God,
for
what a
you?
dumbass. What the fuck?
And people take this guy seriously as like an authority on everything.
The gay hive mind would love Dredd. What?
Retarded.
You're right, Ant. If 100% of the alphabet community went and saw a movie, it would probably make a lot of money. Guess what, though? They like all different shit, so that's never going to happen because they have fucking thoughts and brains.
Oh,
He's like the most homophobic person I've ever heard with this take. Like, he just thinks, oh, just throw a gay person in it and they'll all like it. Oh, fucking dumbasses.
yeah. Hey, maybe that explains it. Maybe Ant really is bisexual, but he hates all gay people. Yeah.
Oh my God, he's a self-hating bi. I never even heard of that.
Yeah. He's bisexual, but looks down on homosexuals. Like, you guys don't know. It's way better to love both genders than just
you just hate on the gender that you don't like. You gotta be bisexual. You gotta be pansexual.
Yeah. Oh my God, bruh. This is retarded. Yeah. We gotta keep going, bro.
Always show up to the movies that they're supposed to be watching. Case in point,
they're supposed to be watching.
Quote unquote documentary.
It's like, hey,
Am I a Racist? This had a massive marketing push and a $3 million budget. It currently is.
Gay. It's like Ant is the Joe Biden of movie critics. He's like, if you don't show up to watch this movie, you ain't gay.
Oh my God.
Sitting at around 11 million.
Oh, I love how he's gonna bring up the box office. This is like the most successful fucking documentary thing in like years and years, and he's gonna act like, oh, it didn't make as much as this other movie that had gay people in it. It was probably like from a fucking major studio or some shit.
Yeah.
$1 million at the box office. Not bad for $3 million put in. However, by comparison, a movie like Longlegs, which came out same year, had a $10 million budget. Again, fairly small. And grossed over $100 million at the box office. Not even just the multiplied size of the audience. That's not even in relation to its budget. Let's not even consider that. What made Longlegs successful, but Am I a Racist not successful, is that Am I a Racist appealed to a very niche audience.
One was a documentary. Those never make as much at the box office. And it also, everybody knew it was going to be releasing on Daily Wire or some shit.
Right.
I assume. I don't even fucking know, but I'm going to assume that because that's just Matt Walsh.
Yeah.
Whereas Longlegs had a very broad appeal.
Got a very
despite
limited
not
release,
even
too.
advertising what it actually was, due to its incredible marketing.
You know, Dragon Ball Super Broly only made like 30-something million at the domestic box office. So are you going to say that Longlegs is more popular than that? Pretty sure not. So maybe shut the fuck up.
Yeah, and just shut the fuck
and
up about
it
a
being
lot of things,
more
please.
accessible concept. Another case would be the Daily Wire's General Productions. Even though Gina Carano was fired from Star Wars, there was a lot of fan support for her among the reactionary circles. Everyone was salivating to support her, saying, "Oh, she's gonna beat out Star Wars. She's gonna make a career that overshines her past." And she didn't with films that were not very successful. Straight to streaming on the Daily Wire service.
The whole criticism was that she was blacklisted from any big studio, so naturally she's not going to get anything big budget or more successful. Like, you just made up that entire fucking narrative in your head, dude.
Yeah, legit, he did. Oh my god.
Nobody was saying that Gina Carano was going to become bigger than Star Wars just because she once played a part in Star Wars and was fired from
that. That is complete hyperbole right there, too, by the way.
Oh my god, like, he just has to make things up so that he can finally win an argument.
Yeah.
He's like, I can only beat strawmen, so I gotta keep constructing them.
Right.
As they fall apart on him. He's trying to throw mud and shit on the straw, just like, whoa.
Yeah.
Or had a limited theatrical release.
And you're a simple-minded prick. Yes, he is.
And none of that particularly validated claims that she was a good actress. And furthermore, the fan support that materialized online never translated to ticket sales. It never translated to money spent. So for studios that want to bend over backwards for this reactionary subset,
you're being very selective with your fan movies, you know that?
Benefit from it. A lot of the articles online that were discussing this topic.
How about Bros? That was
was The Rings of Power, which had a massive backlash upon release.
Yes, and it still has a backlash because it fucking sucked and it doesn't make any money.
Yeah, sucks to suck, bros. Yeah.
He's gonna now pretend it's a success somehow.
All right, here we go. Let's.
There was a lot of backlash against the casting of people of color in the show
and the writing.
There was backlash, and apparently it defying the laws of Tolkien, which again, I am definitely agreeing with. It did defy a lot of Tolkien.
Oh, so you agree?
However, my biggest issue with The Rings of Power Season 1 was that it was just kind of boring. It was kind of slow.
It's Andor.
Well, the characters didn't feel developed enough, and quite frankly, the dwarves were the best part. Despite the dwarves initially being one of the focus points of...
Well, I know for a fact from watching EFAP's coverage that they actually agree with you on this point. That the fucking dwarf and his wife were some of their favorite parts.
Yeah.
So, again, shut up. You don't know anything. You just judge based on thumbnails and shit. Oh my god.
Oh my
criticism.
Gosh.
The dwarves, I thought, were by far the most interesting characters in the show. Come season 2, a lot of my concerns are addressed. The characters are given more dynamics. There is more conflict. There are consequences for decisions made. The show just wrapped up, so I won't be more specific than that. But rest assured, season 2 is a stronger part of the puzzle.
You can't be more specific because you have nothing to back that shit up.
Nothing to back it up. No, what the shit, man? God.
He's like Emmeline with fucking Morgan. He's just like, oh, it's great. It's the best. It's Bay. Okay. Anyways, moving on.
Moving on. Oh,
my favorite show ever. I love it.
It's like that fucking guy that was playing that Walking Dead mobile game that EFAP were making fun of, and he was like, "This is my favorite part." Like, this is Ant right now. He's going full. This is my favorite part. It's like, why? God. It's like, you fucking chill, man. You make me sick, I swear to God.
He's one of those guys that every single person he meets, he'll just say that they're his favorite person.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, you're my best bud. Anyways, then he goes and shakes the next person and he's like, hey, best bud, what's up?
Season 1 was. But you know what was missing? A lot of the racist backlash. A lot of people have tried to capitalize on Rings of Power.
Yeah, there's a lot less people watching, and pretty much all the fucking racist casting was already in the show, so they weren't going to just react to a person keeping their role. Like they'd still call it bullshit in their reviews and say it's fucking stupid that elves are all different colors and stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
But the backlash has not really been there, and even the trades have noticed it. And if the trades have noticed it, the studios have noticed it. And that's a key component to this discussion. But let's take a step back. Because at the end of the day, what made me want to do this entire video was Endymion TV's comment that studios should hire neurotic.
Oh, he's finally getting the subject.
About
We're only
fucking
15
time.
minutes. We're over halfway through the video, and we're getting to the subject and the
We
title.
finally circled back around, folks. Buckle in. Let's see what bullshit it's about to spin here. Because after all, you gotta spin to win.
He's like Joe Biden minus 60 years. He's like, anyway, back to the point.
Anyway, yeah.
Is there any merit to that? Is that a good idea for studios to do? Well, you know what? Yeah. Let him write. Give him a script. Give him a chance to write something. You may be thinking,
well, I never
you're
thought
a leftist.
I never
You're
thought I
someone who
disagree.
is
I never thought I disagree with Ant on this, but here we are, folks.
Oppose these guys. Why would you ever want a critical drinker-led Star Wars film or Nerdrotic?
Because you think it's going to be crap, and it'll show the studios that they never have to listen to any fan ever again. Because you know, even if they were to make an unsuccessful thing, that would just be a net zero for the studio because they're already making unsuccessful things.
Yeah.
Why? Sometimes sunlight is the greatest disinfectant.
What?
Why don't you write it, Ant?
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah. I really want to. I'm out of morbid curiosity. I really want to see what Ant's idea is. It would be.
How about you each write something and you see how the studio takes each of your pitches? See which one is better and more knowledgeable. That would be the true fucking comparison because you're a super leftist, they're more center right wing. You know, have Nerdrotic and you each write a Lord of the Rings script.
Right.
Somewhere in that world. Go on.
Go on. Get.
Go on. Hang on.
Hang on.
Want to give these guys a chance? Give it to them. Let's see how well that turns out. Now,
can't be any worse than what we got.
Nerdrotic's writing style. I don't know if he's done anything like that, but I do know that Critical Drinker has produced novels. And these novels, I have actually read. Out of curiosity, of course. I took a look at them.
Oh, yeah.
I did not finish the Critical Drinker's novels.
Oh, no.
I had a hard time going through it because I felt like it was something I'd seen before. And again, that makes sense.
Really?
The Critical Drinker's media diet consists primarily of cape shit. It consists primarily of memes.
You actually don't know his media diet. I think he's watched a bunch of British shows you've probably never heard of.
Yeah. Yeah, and even if it's like, oh, it's just cape shit, it's like, all right, so what? What does that say to his fucking writing capabilities? And even that, it's like,
Demon Slayer is pretty fucking cliche, and everybody's seen the shonen tropes in it before. Guess what? It's fucking massively successful. It had the highest grossing movie of 2020. In the middle of the pandemic, it broke every Japanese box office record. Because it wasn't because it did something super innovative. It just did what was done really well.
Yeah, I've never understood this criticism. We're like, oh, it's just stuff we've seen before. It's like, so fucking what? I'd rather see it done well than see new shit done poorly. God almighty.
And there's a difference between like doing a concept that's similar and doing a Force Awakens where you just blatantly copy plot lines.
Right.
Like you can have similar character arcs and still make the actual story very different. He's smooching here.
That's going on the thumbnail.
Science fiction.
Oh, never mind.
When the Critical Drinker was
sorry. You didn't say it until I'd already unboxed.
Asked about Japanese cinema, he said, "Oh, Japanese cinema has some great films." When he was asked to name a Japanese film, he named Old Boy.
Okay.
There's a reason people like in the West are starting to draw more and more towards Korean or Japanese filmmaking.
Yeah, what is the most recent Japanese film or at least entertainment that you enjoyed so far?
What am I thinking of? See, a lot of them would be older ones, like Old Boy, for example.
Okay, so he says a lot of them are
Korean
older
movie
ones.
based on the Japanese manga.
Yeah.
Okay, hey, that's fine. Maybe he made a mistake. Everyone's entitled.
No, he said it was older. He literally said it.
Mm-hmm. And even
He said a lot of the ones I've watched are older, like this.
And even if you want to rail like, oh, that's a Korean film, well, he's still speaking to like the freaking East Asian area. He's still working like towards that that area of the world. Basically, it's like, so what?
Yeah, and a lot of their media, the point with a lot of people liking it is that it is what you would call cliche and or more traditional storytelling. That's why Disparu always likes Korean shows and stuff whenever he talks about them, because he's like, oh, it's just a nice, simple, like traditional show.
Yeah.
With traditional character
I
arcs.
can't enjoy it because they're fucking undubbed, and I refuse to watch a show with subtitles because of my ADD.
See, live action, I really like dub or sub because the lips don't match and stuff, and usually the voice acting seems to be worse. Anime, I'm fine with dubs because they're doing lip flaps anyway, so it's the same process for both voice actors.
Yeah.
Tiger, Hidden Dragon, I really like that. And
but if you look at his channel, he doesn't seem to review a lot of independent productions. Independent productions,
he does on
films
his
made
other
outside
channel.
of the big studio system that are financed by smaller production companies or independent financiers.
Okay.
This would be in the horror sphere a very common occurrence. A lot of indie horror thrives because the audience shows up to support independent horror.
That's how anything thrives.
Is another great case of this, where they were a distributor for independently funded films for several years. Movies like The Witch, for example, were independent films released through the A24 label. A24 has now begun producing their films as well, resulting in films such as Everything Everywhere All at Once and The Whale. But again, these...
So what do you want, Critical Drinker to start a production company? He's fucking running a YouTube channel, dude. I know he has millions of subs and he's more successful than you'll ever be, but it doesn't make him fucking a billionaire or some shit.
In the immortal words of that black lady who survived that one building fire, ain't nobody got time for that!
Yeah, like he's got a family, as I understand it.
Yeah.
Like he's fucking doing his shit and moving on. He's not like
Critical Drinker's a family man. Yeah. It's like he took Guile's words to heart when he watched fucking Street Fighter the movie. Like, go home and be a family man. Yeah.
Oh, is that what he tells the survivors of their assault?
Probably. It's like
and Bison's like, and I will have the thunder of the gods. Ah!
Yeah. Anyway.
Still count as independent films because they're primarily funded outside of the big studio system.
We know what independent
and
film
as a result
is.
of that, it means that these films exist without bending the knee to studio demands. Moonlight was another great example of this, where it won the Best Picture movie.
Oh,
Everything Everywhere All at Once. Now, these directors have then been picked up from the independent circuit into the studio system.
I remember that year because I watched every Best Picture nominee and I liked them all better than Moonlight. There were like 8 or 9 of them, including the one about the black ladies at NASA.
Oh, yeah, Hidden Figures, yeah.
Yeah, that was way better than Moonlight. I watched it in theaters.
Yeah.
And some have been successful, some have not. That's okay. Why am I getting at all this? Well,
I don't know.
If the Critical Drinker and Nerdrotic were to write a script, there'd be a few caveats. For one, they'd have to function within the studio system that they've spent their entire their entire careers criticizing. So right there, you gotta bend the knee to them. But it's money, so what are you gonna do? It's not a bad check.
Well, presumably, if the studio was coming to them, they would be bending the knee to these guys more so, and they would be giving them a little bit of creative freedom.
Right.
It wouldn't be like, well, you can come in, but you got to follow all of our rules. They would probably just say no at that point. They're not obligated, just like no filmmaker is forced to make a film. So when they bitch about the studio system, it's like, well, you agreed to it, so fuck off.
Yeah. It's either put up or fucking leave. It's like South Park said. It's like, if they don't like the way we do things here, then they can get out, pretty much.
Yeah. So yeah, he's making up this whole scenario where Critical Drinker and Nerdrotic basically agreed to sell their soul in order to make an unsuccessful movie that they can't even influence at all. Like,
Yeah.
so in order to make the lose scenario for these guys, he has to make up a system where they don't even get to change the movie at all. So he's like, aha, if they made a woke movie, then it would still be woke and unsuccessful. Gotcha.
Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah.
There's no shame in accepting a studio job if it pays very well and can elevate your profile. The problem is when you elevate your profile that much, the critical sphere hones in on you. A lot of people in that circle were very critical of film director Chris Stuckman for directing a film. He wrote it, he directed it. It has not come out yet, but I'm curious about the film itself.
Then why are you talking about it in past tense? I thought it had come out based on what you were saying.
Yeah, it's still not out, John. A whole year later, we're still waiting for it. For fuck's sake!
He's going by the Disney approach, where they were like, "We made this much money, possibly in the future, maybe." He's like, "Oh, it came out. It's successful. Oh, I mean, it hasn't come out yet, but."
Now he's like M. Bison from the Street Fighter cartoon. He's like, yes! Yes!
And do you know how time works, my friend?
No.
I mean, I'm really starting to get concerned. You're coping so hard, you're forgetting the concept of time.
Well, remember, John, Ant's a time traveler in our lore, so maybe he's time traveled so much he legit forgot how it functions. Yeah.
He's like, what was the Quantum Leap guy? He would always be like, "Oh, where am I now?" Oh.
Yeah.
Outside the studio system because he didn't want to be restricted by studio execs. His biggest support was actually Mike Flanagan, the horror director who's done some incredible work. Again, starting in indie and moving into the big studio system. His support definitely helped Chris Stuckman produce a good movie. Again, haven't seen it yet, so I can't speak to it actually being good, but
you know who loves Mike Flanagan is fucking Mahler. So if he wrote a story, he would probably call Mike Flanagan too, just like Chris Stuckman did.
Yeah.
So any success he's had, you'll probably get the same fucking advice, Ant.
Yeah.
You don't know that because you don't watch anything again.
Yeah, he doesn't watch any of his fucking critics, like he doesn't watch anyone he's on the opposite side of. He's like that's why it really shows, because Ant knows fucking nothing about me or my videos.
I just love it because he says so many things that the people who he hates so much agree with. It's just hilarious watching him go like, "Oh, in order to counter Critical Drinker, I'll compliment Mike Flanagan. He hates him because he's made studio productions." Like, no, he doesn't hate him. He actually really likes him, and so does Mahler. And he'll be like, he would hate him if he. Well, hang on.
And then he just fucking gets a fucking blue screen. Yeah.
He starts doing that Sandpiper where he pretends to disconnect. He's like, "Oh, what's going on with my internet? I don't know. Oh, jeez. Birdman, help me, Birdman. Oh, I'm not touching this with a 10-foot pole, loser. Oh."
Oh my god, bruh. Shit, man.
Made the movie successfully. A filmmaker like Markiplier has been working on Iron Lung for many years. Or at least a year. It feels like many years. Internet time is weird. But
yeah, we know you don't understand time at all.
Understand time.
I don't know. Maybe it's already come out like these other things I've been talking about. I don't know.
I don't know, man. Yeah.
All I know is that everything that has come out is a success if it's from Disney, but I'm not a shill.
Yeah.
Independently produced material with a distributor of an unknown nature. He has not revealed the distributor, I don't believe, so I can't speak to that. There is
Shouldn't
room
speak on
for
anything.
YouTubers to jump from the YouTube platform into filmmaking. If the Critical Drinker wants to be the next Chris Stuckman or Markiplier, that's his choice. However,
it's your choice. He's not talking about doing that at all.
Yeah, I don't even think he really
You're the
wants.
one making this scenario.
I don't even think he fucking wants to either. So no.
He's probably pretty happy just where he's at.
Happy,
I don't think I've seen him
No,
like
he's
begging studios to hire him or anything.
he's happy like just making Rogue Elements and that's it.
Yeah, which is just off of his already existing stuff, and it's just
Yeah.
like, yeah, I'll make a little action short or whatever.
Right.
Critical Drinker does have a movie he's coming out
there
with.
it is. Speaking
An
of the devil.
independent movie, no less.
Hey,
I have not heard anything about it. It doesn't look particularly distinct, but hey, you start off somewhere. You know, if we didn't have Dark Star, we wouldn't have Halloween in the thing. So
What?
I'm reserving judgment on his films
John
until they
Carpenter.
come out. But it looks kind of like a slightly duller version of The Gray Man, which itself leads to my second point, why I would love to see this. If the critical
So basically, Ant, if an action, solo hero film has come out, you just never want to see another one. You're just like, Die Hard came out, it's over. Never make another action movie. Jesus Christ, dude.
Christ on a bike, bro.
You're so obsessed with cliches. Does everything have to be a fucking indie art house, completely new concept to you?
Yes, apparently, like, if it's new, it's good with Ant, and we call that shit the appeal to novelty fallacy.
Yep.
Drinker and Nerdrotic want to write and produce their own films.
They don't.
Through the studio system.
I don't even think Nerdrotic.
Well,
I don't even think
they're gonna get a.
I don't even think Nerdrotic wants to make his own movie. Period. Like, what the heck? Like,
Gary calls himself a retard all the time and says how he's gonna die soon and stuff. I'm pretty sure he's not making plans to start a movie production company. Like,
oh my god!
And he's got a fucking family and shit. Like,
everyone has
God.
everyone has families. Ant, hell, Ant. According to you, you're gonna have a family soon. Does that mean you are you gonna start a film production company soon? I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so because you're too busy beating your wife, allegedly.
A lot of eyes on it, and that means a lot of people might be critical of it. Consider the Russo brothers. The Russo brothers elevated their
People are critical of
massively
everything.
after working in the community
everyone's
by
a
working on
critic,
several Marvel
Ant.
Like, literally, it's, it only started to be a problem criticism pretty recently. Before that, if something was successful, you just say, hey, fuck off, losers. I made the successful thing. So, you could clap back at them that way. Or, even if it was something hated, they would laugh about it more. Like fucking the Batman director, Joel Schumacher, he apologized. He said, like, and it was kind of a half-assed apology because he said, if you love Batman Forever and you didn't like Batman and Robin, then I apologize. But even so, he even said, like, then I'm really sorry about that. Like, because he realized that it was shit and most people didn't like it.
Yeah, plus Joel Schumacher, aside from that one fucking movie, he was actually a pretty good director, all things considered. It's just that Batman and Robin has completely overshadowed the rest of his filmography. Sadly.
Yeah, it's like people used to make fun, like, I don't know, I love the Friday the 13th franchise. There's a bunch of shit movies in there. You know what? I have a few beers around Halloween and I fucking laugh at them and we go, oh, that was a cool kill and stuff. We're not trying to prop them up as great cinema. And I don't think the directors are getting butthurt whenever people say something like I just said. They're like, oh yeah, they're not fucking works of art. Like we were looking to make some cool kills and shit.
Right. Hang on, we got Dave saying, yo, I'm still watching, but I've been cooking and stuff. I'd be down to be in one of these lives if y'all have room. Yeah, Dave, we always have room. Just send me an email. And also, Dave, do you have a Discord? Because we're on a Discord server. So just send me an email asking for a link to the Discord, and you need to show up with a clear mic and a good internet connection, basically. Anyway.
And don't come on when you're talking to other people.
And don't come on and don't record in a noisy ass space, as Jeremy can attest to, because I will legit boot you if you. Anyway.
Films. They then had carte blanche to do whatever they wanted and made several films outside of the Marvel system for Netflix or whatever. These films have not captured the public imagination the same way their Marvel films have.
Right.
Case in point, The Gray Man, which I can only describe as the most generic-looking movie I've ever seen in my life, based on a novel I hear is well-liked, that exists on Netflix, that apparently a ton of people saw.
Hang on.
But the most generic-looking movie I've ever seen in my life, based...
Hey, I just love Netflix, a Netflix film.
On the book cover, yeah.
It looks like Netflix made a movie called Netflix. It's like they're fucking competing with James Gunn here, so how many times they can throw their name on something. It's
Yeah.
like James Gunn, a James Gunn movie by James Gunn. Starring James Gunn.
Yeah. Also, speaking of emails, Briscoe, you didn't send me your follow-up email yet. What the hell, man? Anyway.
Yeah, Briscoe.
Come on, Briscoe. Anyway.
A novel I hear is.
Hang on,
Backseater taking a shot at Briscoe.
I'm waiting. It's like Briscoe keeps saying he'll email me, but he never emails me, man. What the hell?
Why do we always pause on Ant's smooching face?
I don't know. I'm getting this shit's going on the thumbnail here. Christ on a bike. Maybe it's like a nervous tick of ants or some shit like that. I don't know, man.
It's always puckering. Anyways, I gotta take a piss, so I'm gonna leave it playing for a minute.
All right, next.
Well, liked that exists on Netflix that apparently a ton of people saw, but has no lasting cultural impact.
Okay,
and because
so what?
a lot of people saw it, I think a lot of people who knew who the Russo brothers are kind of lost faith in their ability to direct for a long time.
Really?
Yes, their reconnection with Marvel was met with excitement, but they aren't exactly capturing the public imagination they did quite after Endgame. Sometimes high exposure can result in people really losing interest in something.
What?
So
What's
if Taika
Waititi
and
have to do
Critical
with
Drinker
this?
want to write a film, go for it. I have no argument against that. Go all for it. Much like how Gina Carano became a star in her Daily Wire films, and people stopped caring about Gina Carano shortly thereafter. If they want to direct their film, go for
John
it.
left it
Just
a
don't be
bad
surprised
fucking time.
when no one takes you seriously after that. If they direct Star
You're
Wars,
gonna have
it
to
will bring
rewind.
millions
Yeah,
because Star
we're gonna
Wars,
have to
the brand,
rewind.
is
John, get the
stronger
fuck
than
back
any of
here.
these
He's making
individual
all these
people
dumb
are.
points.
And we also see stuff like Star Wars Theory, who's produced these I guess they're AI.
All right, what did we miss?
Oh my gosh, John, you gotta go back like a whole fucking minute. I swear to God, Ant's making a lot of dumb fucking points.
For a long time. Yes, their reconnection with
go
Marvel
back
was
further,
met with excitement. Exists on
There you go.
Netflix that apparently a ton of people saw, but has no lasting cultural impact.
That's every Netflix movie.
Yeah, pretty much.
Who remembers it's like Beasts of a Nation or something. It's Idris Elba. It's about people in a fucking black country where they're all killing each other.
Right.
It was like their big critically acclaimed film that Netflix initially made. Oh, Beasts of No Nation. That's what it was called.
There it is, yeah.
It's all about like child soldiers and shit. Guess what? Nobody fucking talks about that anymore. Nobody talks about Moonlight except for you, Ant. So,
Yeah.
you know.
Because a lot of
like,
people,
I'm a true cinephile. I remember every Oscar bait movie. My God, another fucking smooch face.
Yeah, really. Despot of Artrim. He always brings up movies. Yeah, where I'll be like, holy shit, that did come out. Like, I know I brought him up last time. He'll bring up like women talking or like what's the other one? Call Me by Your Name with Timothy Chalamet, where I'll be like, oh fuck, that did come out. And that got so much praise and was such a shit movie.
Yeah.
That phrase is hilarious.
What was that?
That smooch phase is fucking hilarious.
That smooch face, though.
It's so funny because we catch it so often
So
without even
often,
trying.
bro. Like, what
I'm
the
just
hell?
randomly pausing, and he always ends up on that face.
Yeah. Oh my
Good
God.
old Anthony Gramuglia.
Anthony Grasmuccia.
Ayo,
Smoochia. Anthony Goggleballs and Smoochia.
Anthony Giggly Tits, yeah.
God.
I think a lot of people who knew who the Russo brothers are,
a lot of people,
kind of lost faith in their ability to direct for a long time. Yes, their reconnection with Marvel was met with excitement, but they aren't exactly capturing the public imagination they did quite after Endgame. Sometimes high exposure.
What does Taika Waititi have to do with this? What the hell?
You notice something weird about his criticisms is that he only brings up white guys.
Yeah.
Like he could have brought up Patty Jenkins and been like, "Oh, everybody was all on her, and she was getting a Star Wars movie, and then she made Wonder Woman '84, and everybody realized that she shit the bed whenever she was given control over something."
Is Taika Waititi even fucking white? Well, he's New Zealander, so
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, he's he's of Maori descent, so I guess that's same shit. Anyway, I guess that's
But it's just
non-white.
funny, like there's so many fucking examples to bring up of directors. They made something successful, they got too much power, they made a bunch of shit, nobody liked him anymore. He's only bringing up the ones that fit his fucking agenda. He's so afraid of being called a sexist, racist, whatever.
Right.
In people really losing interest in something. So if Nerdrotic and The Critical Drinker want to write a film, go for it. I have no argument against
thing
that.
I made up in my head.
Go all for it.
Yeah.
Much like how Gina...
Of course you're not going to argue against it. You made up this scenario.
I'm not gonna stop this whole fucking constructed fucking scenario that I made up in my head. Of course I'm not gonna argue against it.
Hey, Backseat, so I want you to stop making any more YouTube videos. Now, if you want to do that, then I'm not going to fight you on it. So you'd be like, what the fuck? I didn't come up with that.
Yeah.
Carano became a star in her Daily Wire films, and people stopped caring about Gina Carano
because she was blacklisted from Hollywood, which was her entire fucking argument. It wasn't that she was going to outdo Hollywood in gross.
Yeah, fucking retard.
And also, her independent film was successful for an independent film. Like, if you're going to insult independent film, go right ahead.
Right.
If they want to direct their film, go for it. Just don't be surprised when no one takes you seriously after that. If they direct Star Wars, it will probably make millions because Star Wars, the brand, is stronger than any of these individual...
Not anymore!
Oh, so now it's the brand that would make the money, but before you said how successful Disney was with the brand because it made money. So which is it? You're kind of caught in a catch-22.
Yeah.
Has the brand gone up or down since 2012, would you say, Ant? Because I know what the real answer is, and you're not going to admit it.
No.
People are. And we also see stuff like Star Wars.
Oh, here we go.
Who's produced these, I guess they're AI driven now. I don't know. I thought initially they were like using special effects and all that, but apparently I'm being told
he's
now
hired
it's AI.
actual Lucasfilm special effects people apparently, which is what pissed off a lot of people because like you're so against Disney Star Wars, and yet now you're hiring Disney Star Wars people.
I don't really pay attention to his material all that much. I think that if he wants to jump into do his own Star Wars thing or have his fan productions become canonized, again,
he just wants to make...
It may appeal to his direct audience, but there's no guarantee it will capture the interest of a general audience. Because the majority of audiences who watch Star Wars, they're not...
That's why he's using it with Theory Saber money and his own... Like, I'm going to give Theory a bunch of shit for a lot of things, but he's not trying... He is actually just making it for his audience, clearly, because it's on his YouTube channel. And he even encourages people to fucking react to it, which I still got to do to the first one. But it's like, dude, like, you're going to insult people for doing things even like a way that doesn't fucking rob people because it's actually fucking free. And yet you'll be so soft on these studios where people actually do have to pay money to stream it or to watch it in theaters. Like, be harder on the people that ask you to pay.
Right.
Not hardcore Star Wars nerds. They don't know any of these characters beyond Han Solo and whoever's on screen at that moment.
Finally.
They know Darth Vader, they know that, but that's about it.
Yes.
They won't know who Admiral Thrawn is. They won't know who Star Killer is from the old, games. Unless they played the games growing up, which, hey, that's cool if they did. The problem is
Ant can't name anyone more obscure than them. Ant can't name anyone more obscure than Thrawn or Star Killer.
Come on, talk about Corn Horn. Come on.
Yeah, and
talk about Quick Shush or Quick Sucks or whatever her name is.
Who Solar?
Remember in the Jedi Academy trilogy that gal that dated Wedge Antilles for a while?
what was her name again? It's been a while since I played those.
Quick or Quick
Yeah.
Sooks.
Yeah,
I'm not sure how to pronounce.
Wedge. I'm looking it up. Hang on.
Desharakor. She was only in one fucking book, and she's more memorable than any character Disney Star Wars has made up.
Yeah. Let's see here. How you spell her name? How do you spell her name? Solar.
Yeah. QWI.
Q. Oh, Quizux. Yeah, Quizux.
Quisan Todorock?
No. Anyway,
Going to watch your hardcore Star Wars fan movie because they're going to get confused. That confusion was one of the big criticisms, in fact, of shows like Ahsoka, which were big fan letters to the fans. Audiences tuned out not because it was woke or anything like that. It's because they had no idea who these characters were.
Because it was shit.
Yeah, and also, if you're gonna rag on Ahsoka for that reason, that's the wrong reason. If you're legit confused because you didn't watch the prior shows, well, that's your fault. I would say that's your fault, basically. Because I'm just so sick of this argument. It's like, I don't know anything because I didn't watch the previous shows. It's like, well, you're a dumbass for not doing that. They're right there on Disney Plus, and you didn't watch them, so that's on you, bud.
And you know what? Disney should tell you what to watch beforehand if that's really such a requirement, or if it's a really skilled writer, they'll make the show enjoyable. For instance, I started off with New Jedi Order. There's a shit ton of characters that I didn't have the full background. Like Mara Jade is in there and they allude to her background and stuff. But guess what? The story's good because just like in A New Hope, everybody saw that. If you see that first thing, it's like, oh, you're not going, oh, who's this Obi-Wan guy? What's his whole background and everything? You're just like, oh, I understand his character. He's introduced in a way that makes sense. He fulfills this role. It's the same thing with any well-written story where you want to fill in those blanks because you're interested in the character, but you don't need to know every little tiny detail about someone's past life.
Yeah, and heck, John, about that, like, about them, like, oh, I wish I knew what to watch. Disney actually did that. They released, like, it's like, hey, watch all this stuff before watching Ahsoka. The problem is that it was 30 hours long. Well, I don't consider it a problem, but it was 30 hours.
Shit.
It was a problem for 30 hours of shit content. Yeah. It's like Disney helped you out, but you didn't do it. Now, if there's one thing it's related to this. One thing that we can rag Ahsoka on in this regard is that it advertised itself as basically being like, oh yeah, you can watch the show anyway without watching all this. Well, no, you can't. You're lost. You need to. So that's a fucking lie, and that's how you can rag on them for this instance. Yeah.
That's what I you give them shit for that, because it's like, if you said that you could jump in here and I jump in here and I'm completely fucking confused and none of the character arcs make sense and all the characters just seem hollow, like they're relying on me already knowing shit, then that's the point where it deserves criticism. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
It's like, oh, well, if you watched this, you would have known that. Well, they said I didn't need to watch that, so fuck them.
Sabine? Who's Sabine? Half the people who watch these shows did not watch Rebels.
And why does their armor look so cheap? Oh, well.
By their perception. Again, I'm saying it was a great show, but their perception, it was a cartoon on Disney XD.
It's a great show.
That's the public perception. So they never watched it. And they're like, who's this character? Why are they here? And it was a big risk. I think Ahsoka paid off in the long run.
No, it didn't.
The fact of the matter is, if you further isolate your audience by appealing to hardcore fans, as people like Star Wars Theory will probably do, you're going to lose a lot of general audiences, and that's going to become...
How did it pay off?
How did it pay off?
Fucking tease for season 2.
There is a bit of truth in Wedgins.
What?
Yeah.
What's
there is always a little bit of truth in Wedgins.
Yeah, that bullshit.
Oh, yeah, so that they can get the member berries without actually committing to the canon of it.
Right, yeah.
It's like, we can have our cake and eat it too, which is a phrase that doesn't really make any sense, so I don't like to use it, but in this instance, it's so apt.
Yes.
It's like, we're going to take what we want from Wedgins, but we're not going to actually commit to it, because then we would delegitimize all of our stupid shit.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
All right, Ant, let's see how you take it.
Disaster for your future in this industry. So again, to recap, is Disney struggling with Star Wars? I think so, but I think they're making decisions that can illustrate that they can turn it around.
No, they can't.
His
Well,
only positive was that they're making less now. That's only a good that's not a fucking good decision in and of itself. The stuff
no.
still has to be good.
Yes.
Making less shit doesn't make it any less shit.
Right.
I'm only backseater. I'm gonna serve you 6 pieces of shit every year, and you have to eat them all. I'm gonna ask you to grade that meal. Okay, you didn't like that. All right. I guess I'll give you 2 pieces of shit this year, and you can eat that. Is the meal any better?
No.
Oh, what? But I'm giving you less shit. Come on. I'm not dialing it back. I'm correcting. You said you didn't like it, so I gave you less of it.
Whatever, man.
Are fan focus groups a bad thing? Not necessarily, but they have to be tempered with the right approximation of necessity. If the studios overly focus on the fan groups, they may create something that alienates general audiences and thus won't make them as much money as they want.
Then the general audiences, then the general audiences can just play catch up. I'm so sick of this mentality where it's like, oh, we always have to bring in some sect of general audiences to watch this. Like, no, I fucking hate this mentality. It's like, let the continuity build up, and if the people are lost, they can go back. Everything they need to watch is on a fucking streaming service. Oh my god.
When Dragon Ball came back after like a fucking quarter century of no new content, guess what? They were massively successful because they just continued on the story with the original author, who is unfortunately passed, but they were just like, they didn't go through fucking 6-ring circus of, oh, we gotta catch everybody up, we gotta make everything welcoming to new it was just like, you know what, if the new fans like it, they'll probably check out the old shit, because if we make it good, then, or at least, you know, we're gonna reference that a shit ton, people are gonna like it. Make good shit.
And if they're still lost, like, well, there's the original Dragon Ball, there's DBZ, it's all there ready for them to watch.
Yeah,
you
the
just
fucking fact.
What, Solar?
What was that?
That Backseater, John paused at a very amazing frame.
Yeah.
Another smooch face.
Another goddamn smooch face. It's like,
I swear to God, we're not pre-recording this shit.
No.
But yeah, like actually that series is a great example of it, because it's like most people not in Japan got into Dragon Ball with Z because of the whole dubbing situation. And so it's like, there's a reason it was called Z. It's because there had been 200 episodes before that. Nobody gave a shit because what they saw, they liked. And they just got into it from there.
Yeah, like, and keep in mind, even in like the earlier episodes of Z, they reference a lot of stuff that happened towards the end of the original, like King Piccolo and shit.
Yeah, they're like, gee, Piccolo's such an evil guy. And if you just watch DBZ, you're like, when the fuck was Piccolo evil?
Yeah.
Quality of the film itself. But by that same metric, some fan groups shouldn't be demonized all that much, because sometimes you can avoid a filmmaker going too far off the rails on a product that's not an independent production, but rather an indie, a studio-safe project. And 3, should these grifters be allowed to make films?
Oh, they're grifters! I knew he was going to slip it in at some point, because you're not a grifter, you fucking idiot.
Oh my god, of course.
Cole, Jenny Nicholson's a grifter, let's just say it. Yeah, you little slimy smile there.
Yeah,
I say grifter.
Yeah.
Legends grifters.
Yeah.
I want to see what they come up with, and I want to see what the general reaction
speaking
to
of
it
grifters,
is.
he released that video like yesterday. When does a YouTube critic become a wine grifter?
When they disagree with my ideology.
Yeah, we're not watching that film today. Maybe some other day. It's way too fucking long.
An hour and 11. Fucking hell.
Fuck, bro. Anyway.
After I just complimented him for being able to edit this one.
Yeah.
He's like, you know what? I don't like the fact that I edited that. I'm gonna torture John next time he's on Backseat's show.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Smoochy face.
Go the way they think it will.
What am I thinking of?
They don't think it's gonna go
See, a lot of them
anyway
would be
because
older ones, like Old Boy,
They're
for
not
example.
doing-
I really enjoyed
all
that one. I know
these
that's not Japanese,
fucking
but
people just funding.
he even said that's not Japanese. Like he called out the thing that you were trying to call out.
Right.
Like, I love how Drinker prefaces things with like, this is older and it's not Japanese, but here's the first one that comes to mind. And Ant's like, oh, I gotcha. It's not even Japanese and it's older.
Haha, gotcha.
What is the gotcha here? He already said that before you said it.
The gotcha is there is no gotcha.
yeah, probably stuff like that.
Fuck.
Stuff like, oh, EFAP going after him.
Yeah.
Anthony is actually media illiterate.
He actually is, yes. What's the next one? Let me see here. Do we want to do like
Don't worry, all the evidence against your king was just a hoax. Oh god. Nike is trying the Epstein Files approach for LeBron James. Too bad it's so long.
I'm trying to find like one more fucking video we can do. Like another short one here.
Grizzies.
Grizzy, no. I'm trying to find another sci-fi one on my fucking watch later, but there's not a whole lot, and I'm trying to keep it at because, you know, it's Sci-Fi September and all that.
Backseat or Emmeline does sci-fi. She's only an hour long.
Oh, do we want to watch the next part of Emmeline's? Because I don't know, man. I don't want to keep. I don't know, man. I kind of want to keep Emmeline to like her own streams and shit. I don't know, man.
Yeah. Got her time slot.
Her own time slot. And also, all these are fucking long as shit.
Oh, here's Quiet in the Force. He's got a 7-minute thing on Star Wars theory.
Hang on,
Quiet,
what?
the talking. Star Wars theory crashes out. Can't take the backlash.
I don't want to do fucking Dyad again. Hang on. Let me look up that Otterly Noah that Washington was talking about. Otterly Noah. Let me see here. Let's see. Yeah. Well, all right. Let's just.
And one particular fan, Endymion TV.
Hang on.
Thinks that sound absolutely horrible, but all right.
Let me see. Does he have any Star Wars ones particularly? Let's see. This is like here. He has this one. So this is when he says, "No, Disney lacking Gen Z males isn't why Marvel and Star Wars are failing. Debunking anti-woke critics, quote unquote." All right, John, I'm sending you this. Oh, hang on, John. Who are you responding to? Regarding Star Wars profitability under Disney, a $12 to $14 billion profit over going on 10 years, if I recall, seems a bit paltry, to be fair, especially given the reach of the franchise and studio.
Revenue.
Not profit, revenue. Important. because it's not factoring in budgets, theater cuts, cost to maintain a streaming service, marketing, etc.
And
instantly believes anything coming from a company making the case for itself. Yeah. All right, John. I just sent you the new video. Hang on, we got Raptor 900 saying he is. He is what, Raptor? Who you're talking about? Oh my god. Anyways, John, did you get the link I sent you?
Let's see here.
There it is.
So, just recently, I went to Oogie Boogie Bash for the first time ever in Disney.
Already, I hate his voice.
Working anti-woke quote-unquote critics.
Yes.
Disney lacking Gen Z males isn't why Marvel
Oh.
are failing to be anti-woke critics. Otterly Noah. Ooh.
Oh, Raptor 900 is talking about man being media literate. Okay, well, yeah, he is. Yeah.
If Samuel Jackson started today, everybody would call him woke.
Yes, Raptor 900. This dude's voice is annoying.
Those comments are garbage.
Hang on. Disney at this point could bring back 2D animation, make a film that's universally loved by critics and audiences, earns billions of dollars at the box office, and wins multiple Academy Awards and Oscars. Yet online gwiftas and anti-fans will either just ignore it or find something in to complain about. Briscoe says Briscoe says there's a video I found but haven't watched titled Why I Hate the Millennium Falcon, and you should too, by a channel called Critical Analysis Hub. Alright, Briscoe, send me an email and then put it in the video suggestions tab. Why are you sitting on the email, Briscoe? Because I'm probably not going to remember this shit, Briscoe. Anyway.
Disneyland, which is Disney's Halloween event that they put on every year. It was honestly a really fun time, and I got to see a lot of exclusive characters and just meet a lot of cool people overall.
He's playing Kingdom Hearts music, Jesus H. Lucas.
The event, interestingly enough, a certain article appeared on Variety regarding Disney. In particular, this article is discussing how Disney is supposedly trying to win back Gen Z men amid Marvel and Lucasfilm struggles. And just taking a wild guess, who do you think had the most predictable response to this article? You guessed it, none other than the anti-woke grifters who seem really convinced.
Oh yes, the Gen Z men.
And just taking a wild guess, who do you think had the most predictable response to this article? You guessed it, none other than...
So we got okay, Mahler's like I think he's almost the same age as me. Yeah, because he does 93, I'm 92. So he not our ages, the year we were born.
Yeah.
But I would look a very healthy 92. But critical drinkers in his 40s. That's a woman. That's very much a woman. Anyways, but
who the
yeah,
fuck
I'm
is,
pretty sure none of these are Gen Z males.
Who the fuck is Aaron Underwood? What the hell?
She must be related to Carrie Underwood.
I mean, I guess. Yeah, no.
Meow. Anyways,
the anti-woke.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure none of these are Gen Z males.
Yes.
Grifters who seem really convinced that Disney buys
Snarky J might convert a lot of Gen Z males, though.
Yeah, who the fuck? I don't even know
Star Wars.
Tactical Templar, Natalie, etc. Who are these two? I don't even know who they are.
I've heard of Tactical Templar. I don't think I've ever watched anything. He might have appeared on like a panel or something that I saw.
I don't know.
And girl bossing it up.
This chick's in you know, whatchamacallit? What's it called whenever they have the avatar?
A VTuber.
VTuber. That's
They're
what
always cringe.
She's a VTuber with a fucking Tifa costume. Only with red hair and green eyes and like cat ears and shit.
Has made it bad in woke propaganda. And clearly that's the reason why audiences aren't as into these franchises as they used to be.
Okay,
why do they always try and lump in Theory?
I don't know, because Theory's a fucking retard, I guess. I don't fucking know.
This is why you should just go full bore onto our side, because as soon as you say anything against them, they're going to lump you in with everybody anyway.
Yeah.
Like, you try and play nice with everybody, and they just fucking demonize you.
Right.
Like, I get that we give you shit, but it's for fence riding. Like, if you actually like fully committed and said like, you know what, guys, I tried to play fucking nice. I get that like they're completely whatchamacallit, disingenuous, and they'll just like they're all into these fucking purity tests, and they don't actually give a shit what I say, because as soon as I show any sort of criticism, they demonize me. Like, then I would actually like give you a fair shot. But like, you keep trying to ride the fence, and you gotta stop, dude.
Right.
when no, that's really not the case at all. This has pretty much been the grifters' MO since day one. They will often try to sell their audience on the idea that Disney is currently not as popular or well-liked because of quote-unquote wokeness.
It's
and they
true,
also
though.
use
I love how he selected frames of Asmongold where he's not even saying anything, but he's making like what you would interpret as a vaguely mean face, and so he thinks that he like hates black women or something in that shit.
Yeah.
the
Like
grifters'
the
MO
clip
since
he selects, he doesn't even say anything. Stop complaining that Disney doesn't make original
day one. They will
stories.
often try to sell their audience on the idea that Disney is currently not as
He's just generally scowling because he's very clearly paying attention to the video.
they're well-liked
Yeah.
because of quote-unquote wokeness. And they also use the excuse of quote-unquote wokeness and girl boss characters ruining Marvel and Star Wars and making it so nobody
Actually.
likes those franchises anymore.
That and the writers that are also hired for the same reason.
Yeah.
And as you can probably imagine, as soon as this article was
Also,
published, people like
wokeness is
Critical
a list
Drinker
of
and
the problems with Disney Star Wars.
Right.
Roddick, Jesterbell, and plenty of others immediately went and made videos talking about it. The thing is though, all these videos inevitably completely missed the mark on why these franchises are actually disliked by people now. And no, it's not
Really?
because of girl bosses or Gen Z men not being interested, believe it or not. There's plenty of legitimate
They didn't say anything about Gen Z men. That was the article that you're talking about. They didn't write that article, idiot.
Right.
reasons as to why there's a lack of interest currently for Marvel and Star Wars from general audiences.
What is it?
Probably the most obvious one being oversaturation.
Oh.
From 2015
here
to
we
2019,
go.
Disney was putting out a new Star Wars movie in theaters every year. If that doesn't water down a brand, I don't know what.
You know, Call of Duty has had a new game every fucking year, and it still hasn't gotten overly saturated and failed. So, you know what?
Does. So today, let's look at some of the videos the anti-woke grifters made on this topic, talk about why it's not real criticism of Disney, and talk about what real criticism of Disney should look like overall. We're also going to be talking about why Disney is trying to win back most of its audience, not even just Gen Z men. Since really the problem here is much bigger than these guys are making it out to be. One person who did a video on this topic was none other than the Critical Drinker, aka the poster child for anti-woke film criticism. Let's see what he had to say.
Disney's boy trouble. Studio seeks original IP to win back Gen Z men amid Marvel Lucasfilm struggles.
You had my curiosity, but now you have my attention.
Leadership at Walt Disney Studios has been pressing Hollywood creatives in recent months, multiple sources tell Variety, for movies that will bring young men back to the brand in a meaningful way.
Are you serious?
Oh, really? Tell me, why would you have to do something like that? I mean, you've spent years telling us that men are irrelevant now, that nobody needs or wants those mean, stinky boys polluting culture with their toxic masculinity, that male and pale is stale, that the future is female. Why do you care about attracting men to your brand?
Cleopatra was black.
I don't care what they tell you. Cleopatra was kings and shit.
Yeah.
We was kangs.
Yeah, pretty much.
No lies detected.
Okay,
thus
so
far.
right off the bat here, two of the Marvel movies that Drinker shows here that are supposedly failing to cater to Gen Z men literally have male protagonists. Both Captain America.
That is not the. You're simplifying things to a stupid level and then acting like that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
He's not saying just throw men into things. That would be the same as throwing women into things and expecting to appeal to that demographic, which is what they do right now.
Yeah, pretty much.
God, it's like they're just willfully ignorant. They got to make up a fake argument because the real one makes too much sense.
Brave New World and Fantastic Four feature male actors in the lead roles. Captain America Brave New World has Anthony Mackie as Sam Wilson, and Fantastic Four has Pedro.
Who should have never gotten the shield. And Pedro Pascal, everybody fucking hates, and Hollywood's trying to psyop him into being successful because he was on a good Game of Thrones episode or two a few years ago.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pascal as Mr. Fantastic. While there were a lot of rumors being spread around leading up to the release of Fantastic Four, mostly by anti-woke grifters that Sue Storm would be the lead role in the film, that obviously
She was.
Yeah,
she fucking single-handedly pushed Galactus across a city and set him up to be finished off by the Silver Surfer. fucking finished. So it was literally just the two women, and the dude's like mildly contributed.
Yeah.
Didn't end up being the case. It's very clear in the finished film that Mr. Fantastic is the leader of this team. The only one you could really argue has a female protagonist here would be Thunderbolts. But even then, most of the members of the Thunderbolts are actually male characters. The only female characters are Yelena and Ghost.
Dude,
so no, as much as Drinker would like—
This dude is really fucking simple. I swear to God, he is missing everything. I swear to God.
He's fallen for the fucking basically the propaganda that like everybody just identifies with whoever looks like them and has the same things between their legs. And he doesn't realize that like not everybody thinks that way. So he's like, I don't get it. They had men. Why don't they like it?
Under their logic, I should be a big Andor fan just because we have the same nationality, but
yeah.
I don't even like.
Don't you love Diego Luna's little shaky head tilting his chin up acting that he does for every fucking scene?
Yes, Solar.
And whisper.
Solar,
whispering
if you don't like Andor, Solar, you're just not a real Mexican. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, do not report me.
Senor Trump. Orange man good?
Anyway.
To try and tell you this, these movies did not fail because of quote-unquote—
It just reminds me of the fucking social media posts Trump made on Cinco de Mayo, or he's in the front of like the taco bowl or something at his tower, and he's just like, they make the best tacos at Trump Tower. He's like, happy Cinco de Mayo.
Right.
Girl bossing. These movies failed because of a general lack of interest in Marvel nowadays, and especially because of how oversaturated this brand has become.
That's it?
Even just this year alone is already bringing us 9 different Marvel projects. We've already had Captain America Brave New World, Thunderbolts, Fantastic Four, Ironheart, Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, Daredevil Born Again.
Oh, nobody even remembers that Spider-Man show came out. Come on
Yeah, it was so it was really ass though, yeah.
And we're still getting Wonder Man and Marvel Zombies at the end of the year too.
Yay.
Well, 2024 was honestly a really big refresher for all this, since the only big Marvel release that year was Deadpool and Wolverine, and as a result, it made over $1 billion.
No, it wasn't because it was the only thing. It was because people fucking liked it. Oh my God. They just attribute everything to how much comes out. It's like, you realize the reason a lot of shit came out is because they kept coming out with more shit and it was still successful whenever they were making it good.
Yeah.
Like, they used to do 1 movie a year, then they moved to 2 movies a year. They were still good. Then they had 3 movies a year for a few years up until like Endgame, and everybody still liked it. And then they started going to shit and everybody started not going.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like Disney didn't really learn anything from the release of that film and is continuing to oversaturate the market with tons of Marvel projects yet again. When you put out 8 to 9 Marvel projects all set in the same universe within a year, that does tend to burn people out pretty quickly. And I think this year especially, we've really seen the aftermath of that with the performances of these 3 films. But clearly it's a lot more than just quote-unquote girl bossing or Gen Z men not going to see these movies, cause clearly a lot more people than just Gen Z men didn't go to see all 3 of these films.
And therein lies the rub, dear viewer. You might utterly despise men and everything they represent, but when it comes to that increasingly uncomfortable meeting with the accountants every few months, well, it turns out that you kind of need them. Especially young men, who seem to be quite a powerful demographic these days.
Again, the issue is a lot more than just Gen Z men here. A lot of people aren't going to see new Marvel movies.
Bro, he's responding to an article about Gen Z men. Of course, that's what he's going to talk about.
Right.
Like, I have never heard Drinker bring up Gen Z men before this video, and it's because he wasn't responding to an article specifically bringing them up. Like, you act like he made the premise. He didn't. He's responding to the premise.
Yeah. Christ.
When the MCU started in 2008 and during its heyday in the 2010s, it was a lot more than just Gen Z men going to see those movies. Hence why even a more mid-tier Marvel film with maybe not as much of an epic scale to it like Ant-Man could still easily rake in over $500 million. Clearly these movies were appealing to a lot of people in a very wide demographic, otherwise they wouldn't have pulled in so much money. The issue really isn't Gen Z men walking away from Marvel, it's a lot of people walking away from the brand overall. But for some reason, Drigger doesn't really seem to get that and thinks the problem is just Gen Z men moving away from Marvel and Star Wars because they're getting attacked by feminist activists.
That's exactly what he's talked about for years. He's, once again, this is just the subject of the article, and he has brought up the general quality of the films and the quality of the writing. That's the funny thing, is that like with Ant and this guy or anything, it's like they don't harp on this social shit nearly as much as they think.
Right.
Like they'll mention it at the beginning or the end as like a little passing jab because they think it affected the quality, but overall they're talking about the quality. And they talk about specific scenes because they actually watch the shit. It's like, and then you're just like, oh no, they just talk about woke and women for the entire video. It's like, now you pick out the 10-second clip because that's all you fucking got for that.
Right.
Or really, probably the more likely answer is he knows this really isn't the case, but he wants to frame it as such to meet his own agenda.
Let's see what else this stunning and brave article has to say, shall we? Numerous studies show that Gen Z men in particular are a lonely, gaming-obsessed group who were hampered in their formative years by COVID-19 lockdowns.
Old COVID excuse.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there before this journalistic goes any further. Let's be clear about one thing. Young men were not hampered in their formative years by the lockdowns, or the patriarchy, or global warming, or social injustice, or any of the other bullshit excuses you're gonna try to throw in to obfuscate the truth. They were hampered by an entertainment media complex that spent most of the past decade systematically trying to obliterate them from modern culture. They've been berated, insulted, deconstructed, mocked, lectured, misrepresented, gaslit into believing their every natural instinct was wrong and evil, and simultaneously labelled as useless and irrelevant, but also somehow the cause of every negative thing that ever happens in the world, depending on which explanation is most expedient.
I'm so fucking tired. I thought I just needed a night's sleep, but it's more than that.
And every single time they've dared to defend themselves or push back in this completely one-sided war, they've been dismissed as sexist, misogynistic idiots and bullied or attacked into silence. Is it really that much of a surprise that after all of this, after realizing the deck is so hopelessly stacked against them that not only can they never be allowed to win, but they'll be actively punished for even trying in the first place, they finally decided, fuck it, I'm just not playing anymore. And they hit back with the most powerful weapon left in their arsenal, their wallets. If companies like Disney decide to use their platform to beat young men over the head with the message that everything male is inherently bad, then I guess young men just won't watch their stuff anymore. It's not exactly rocket science, but holy fuck, this article and others like it will explore every possible explanation except the simplest and most obvious one.
So the thing is, Marvel and Star Wars have both always had strong female protagonists. From
No
the
shit.
The first movie even, Star Wars proved...
Yep.
Also, the first female you showed was Ahsoka. Fuck off.
Yeah, fuck you.
That just proves your premise wrong. They don't hate it because all these things they like have women. You don't pause and think, wait a minute, maybe they don't just hate women. Instead, you go, aha, they're hypocrites. See, they loved all this shit with women.
Yeah.
It's like they take the wrong conclusion off their observation.
Right.
Proved with a character like Princess Leia that she could be not just a pretty face, but also be a very competent fighter and fight alongside her male counterparts as well.
No shit, Sherlock.
Out there in the heat of battle.
Oh, but she needed rescued, so she's a terrible female character.
Yeah.
Oh.
Plus, Leia didn't really do all that much fighting. Like, her escaping the deaths, like, her escaping shit is the most she ever gets. I'm sorry, bro,
Yeah,
but
and she
it's
pretty
true.
much helps once she's already broken out.
Yeah.
Like, though that's why she's a well-written character, because she does need other people, and she does, like, she gives shit to the dudes, but she also gives them a lot of credit. And whenever she's leading, she doesn't go like, "Oh, you incompetent fucking cowards, here's what you gotta do. I'm Leia, let me tell you." She's like, "Here, guys, we gotta escort these transports, we gotta go on off, everybody knows your assignments, you guys are good." She's not fucking insulting the men all the time.
And then she's got to tend to diplomatic shit while also caring for her force sensitive children.
Yeah.
Battle with Luke and Han, it was the driving force behind the Rebel Alliance to begin with. And it's a very similar story on the Marvel side of things, since they've had hundreds and hundreds of strong female protagonists in their comics for years now.
Oh, what a surprise!
Like Black Widow,
What a shock!
What, Solar?
I said, what a surprise! What a shock!
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, okay, so you're exposing why your premise is wrong. Now expose why they're hypocrites, because so far that's all you've done is expose why your premise that they hate anything with women and it is wrong.
Right.
Storm, Rogue, Jean Grey, Storm, Silk, Spider-Gwen, Jubilee, Elektra, White Tiger, Jessica Jones, Kitty Pryde, X-23. The list goes on and on and on. There's so many strong...
You lumped in a lot of good shit with bad shit there, so...
Yeah.
Let's move on to say, like, some of those characters are good, some of them are very bad.
Right.
Spider-Gwen, fuck that.
Yeah, fuck you, Spider-Gwen, yeah.
Female Marvel characters that it's not even funny. And the funniest thing is, when the MCU was in its heyday, there were characters like Scarlet Witch and Black Widow there at the forefront.
Yeah?
But it's only now these characters are getting called girl bosses in their solo.
Well, it's because it's based more on their actions and how they're written rather than them just being women. I know that's hard for you to understand.
Yeah.
But like, women can be written horribly. It's not just because they have a vagina doesn't mean that they get a free pass for everything.
Right.
Oh my god.
Projects like the Black Widow movie or WandaVision. And really the reason why Drinker and so many other anti-woke grifters will call them girl bosses now is because Marvel is not in a good state currently. For the last 3 years especially, I'd say very much starting with Doctor Strange 2 in particular, the reception to most modern Marvel projects has gotten worse and worse and worse. As stated before, this is because of oversaturation and Disney wanting to...
That came out in 2021.
You stop using this oversaturation fucking argument. It's not fucking working, bruh. Like, come on, bruh.
Yeah. They were shitting on stuff way before Multiverse of Madness, by the way. It kind of started with Endgame, especially that cringe fucking scene where they were like, he's not alone, and they have all the women coincidentally line up.
Yeah.
It's like, if that wasn't a fucking forced DEI scene, then I don't know what was, because it's like, wow, what a coinkydink, all the characters with vaginas. Anyways.
Focus on quantity over quality. They're willing to put out nearly 10 Marvel projects a year, but not willing to make sure they're actually worthwhile projects or something people actually want to see. They don't care.
To repeat our argument from the previous video, it's like you can put out as many or as little as you want, but if this is what they're putting out, it's gonna suck. God.
And also Ant said they'd solved that the year before, so now holy shit, you gotta debate him, bro.
Yeah, debate him, bro, yeah.
Care as much about the quality of these projects as just mass producing them and making as much Marvel content as possible.
So you admit they're
People
shit.
have started to see through this, and that's why they're stepping away. There's not really any quality products anymore, and for a lot of people, the MCU ended with Endgame. Probably the Marvel projects that have seen the best overall success in the last 5 years were Loki Season 1 and 2, Spider-Man No Way Home, and Deadpool and Wolverine.
Okay, so 2 of those were actually successful at the box office. The other one is just, it was the first, wait, no, it was is Loki the first or second Marvel show?
I think it's the second.
Yeah, so it got good ratings because it had an actor from the movies and it got some residual shit, just like WandaVision.
Right.
And it had less of a closed storyline, and it was only like 6 episodes. So, yeah, it took advantage, especially during the COVID lockdowns. Everybody's watching streaming shit. Like, yeah. So it's the only one that's gotten a season 2, as far as I remember, other than like the animated shit.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
So yeah, there's no way to say that that was actually like some resounding success. So disagree with you there.
Two of these projects felt like satisfying cap-offs to arcs for characters previously established in the MCU before Endgame, that being Loki and Spider-Man No Way Home, and in the case of Deadpool and Wolverine, it featured two fan-favorite characters coming to the MCU for the first time. And it was also a team-up that a lot of people have been wanting for a very long time at this point. So yeah, of course people went to go see it. Also, it's just a very fun, funny movie. But that's only 3 projects that have seen pretty substantial...
A lot of them have tried to be fun and funny and they've failed. But yes, it's nostalgia bait and it's blowing their load of things that they'll never be able to use again.
Success as opposed to 30 projects in the last 5 years that have been pretty mediocre or received mixed results. So no, the problem here isn't people seeing through girl bosses, it's them seeing through oversaturation and lack of quality over quantity. It's really not that hard to see.
You know,
but
okay, hang on. Based on the premise Drinker is like working with that article, I seriously doubt Gen Z males care about oversaturation. If anything, okay, if this shit was good, right, they wouldn't give a damn if there's too much of it. Now, I'm the kind of guy who does believe that, yeah, there is such a thing as like too much of a good thing. I agree that that's a concept that can happen, but if all this shit was good, people would be asking for more. This is retarded as shit, man. This whole point he's making is ridiculous.
They would also, like, if there was just like some of it that was shit and some of it that was good and like all that, guess what? The cream would rise to the top and people would just say, you don't need to watch all that shit, but watch this one. It's really good.
Yeah.
Like there would be some successes that would poke out of it. Like that's the Netflix strategy where they just throw a bunch of shit at the wall and then every once in a while they get a hit. Yeah. And so that would happen with Marvel or Star Wars, where it would be like, oh, you know what? Yeah, all those shows sucked, but trust me, like this Obi-Wan show is the shit, man. You should check it out.
Yeah.
Or, you know, especially that where they're jumping all around the timeline. Like if you had something successful, it's not like every show is feeding into the next.
Yeah.
It's all just jumping around to different time periods. Like this one's in the prequels, this one's 100 years before, blah, 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 blah. So yeah, it's just bullshit to think like everything is so interconnected. It's not succeeding because it's not good.
Interestingly enough, Drinker isn't the only grifter that has created a bad faith video on this article. Another person who did this was none other than our favorite anti-woke pick-me girl, that being Jesterbell. Specifically, she did a video called Disney Says They Lost Young Male Audiences and Want Them Back. Oh boy, let's see what she had to say.
Hi everyone, female Frodo Baggins here, and I was working on another video actually.
Kind of does look like that.
Before this article from Variety came out and really caught my eye. And I have some things
to say about it. Is that how your mic is supposed to be?
So after years of watching and then some years after that of covering what has been happening on with the movie industry and franchises and how franchises have been destroyed, I just thought that this article from Variety was very interesting. The article reads, Disney's Boy Trouble. Studio seeks original IP to win back Gen Z men amid Marvel Lucasfilm struggles. Wow. Disney's Boy Trouble.
Don't be so theatrical.
That's strange. That's very strange. Disney spent literally billions upon billions of dollars to get two of the biggest IPs for movies aimed at boys in the world, Star Wars and Marvel. Two multi-billion-dollar franchises. They bought those in order to appeal to more boys. So what happened?
What happened? Oh no, what happened?
Who could have seen this? Oh no. Okay, one thing I will say, it's like the way this bitch talks, yeah, it's pretty fucking annoying, so I will agree with him on this.
Yeah, it's kind of like Joshy Boy. Whenever he does like the overextended way of speaking where it seems like you're just teasing and teasing and teasing, and it's like, she's like, wow, oh, jeez, and like repeating everything like 2 or 3 times. Kind of like what he does with his rumor shit whenever he's like,
Yeah.
got a rumor for you. Got a rumor for you.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Yeah, he's just like, so Kathleen Kennedy, she says Star Wars doesn't appeal to males. Doesn't appeal to
Yeah.
males, people. Doesn't appeal to males. It's like, holy fuck, quit padding.
Yeah. It's like today, Junior. Yeah.
It's like your voice is not that amazing to listen to that we need to do this 6 fucking times when we could do it once.
Yeah.
This article defines as boys and men aged 13 to 28. Why aren't they interested in the 2 biggest IPs they have? Why is Disney having to pivot to original ideas when they own the 2 biggest male-oriented IPs on the planet? Could it be that you took all of these male hero icons and diminished them?
I think I can see why this bitch hasn't been invited on open bar yet, huh?
Yeah. Sorry, Jester Bell, but it's true.
You're doing the general sentiment that people like, but you're not performing it very well.
No.
It doesn't seem genuine to me.
No.
Sad sack clowns?
Okay, first of all, I love how she seems to think this is a huge gotcha, even from the start of this video with her attitude here. The jokes with Jester Bell really just write themselves, which is very in line with her name, of course. But I also find it funny that she randomly throws in a clip of Indiana Jones in this segment here, despite him not having anything to do with Marvel or Star Wars and being his own independent franchise. And you know what? Since the grifters are always trying to claim that Indiana Jones was emasculated and one-up by a female girl boss. In Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, and chalking that film's failure up to that, I'm gonna go ahead and debunk that while we're here as well. Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny did not fail because it had a woke girl boss that was one-upping Indiana Jones in it. It failed because Harrison Ford is just simply too old now to pull off the character of Indiana Jones in a convincing way. People didn't go to see this movie because they don't want to see an 80-year-old man trying to pull off the stunts he once could when he was in his 30s.
Phoebe Waller-Bridge.
There is no emasculating of his character whatsoever here. It was just a mistake to cast someone as old as him in that kind of role again.
Phoebe
That's
Waller-Bridge.
really all there was to it. There wasn't really much interest in that film because of that. And as a result, the film...
Who was the other star of that film, by the way, buddy? Because I feel like you're not mentioning her in association with this failure because you only want to associate the old white man who's probably going to die soon with it.
Yeah. Very suspicious. He's dancing around that, yes.
I mean, yeah, she's like the co-star. Surely you're going to mention her at some point.
Nope.
Ended up being one of Disney's biggest flops ever. And it's especially funny when you look at another piece of Indiana Jones media that came out in recent memory, that being Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. This game, funny enough, much like Dial of Destiny, does feature Indiana Jones with a younger female companion at his side. But unlike Dial of Destiny, nobody called this game woke and was actually very positively received. A lot of fans even called this game the...
No, a lot of people fucking hated it.
I heard I heard at best it was like meh, but I don't know about that.
The first person melee combat, I saw that, and everybody, even in the initial reaction with like the first person whip swinging and shit, they were like, it looks kind of weird.
Yeah, sounds like they should have made it a third person game.
Well, and also just like Netflix and shit, where I said like, oh, you can mask your failures or you don't really have to live up to anything on streaming. Like, they released this shit on Game Pass, so there was no real way to tell. It's like, oh, this many people played it. Like, yeah, because you got like 30 million subscribers, so even if they click on it for 5 minutes, you're going to count that as playing it.
Right.
And you're going to act like that's the same as a sale, which it's not. So, yeah, it's just, it wasn't really that much of a success, quite frankly.
Best Indiana Jones media since The Last Crusade. And a big part of the reason for this was...
Oh, no, there were good games. The Treasure of Atlantis. Yeah, there were a few video games that came out that were pretty
The Emperor's Tomb.
Emperor's Tomb, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, this guy only knows, like, the most well-advertised media, I guess.
He's a normie. Yeah, he only pays attention to films, TV shows, maybe a few video games, and that's it. Fucking normies, man.
Only the video games that fit his agenda.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah,
I'm
no
gonna
video
leave it
game.
playing for a minute.
All right, here we go.
Shoot her, bitch. Shoot him, bitch.
Shoot him, bitch. Yeah.
Because it was a video game, it was able to capture a younger image of Indiana Jones. It had you playing as a version of him from in between the events of Raiders of the Lost Ark and The Last Crusade. This is the kind of Indiana Jones that most people are most familiar with and want to see generally. So no, having a female companion next to Indiana Jones to give him sass is not what's gonna kill your piece of media at all. It's 100% about how you execute the piece of media and whether you're having an old actor in the role or not. If anything, I think Dial of Destiny should have A, casted a younger actor if they really wanted to continue Indiana Jones's adventures, and also they should have gone with a totally different story than what they went with in Dial of Destiny, because I really don't like the story in that one at all. Great Circle has a much more interesting story and a much more intriguing premise overall to it. If you put in the effort to make a well-written story and not a cheap cash grab, people are gonna notice and actually like your product. Simple as that. And the same can absolutely be applied to both Marvel and Star Wars. For the first 10 years of the MCU, their films were generally pretty well received since they actually took the time to develop
Not anymore.
And flesh out these characters and make you care about them. The last 4 years of the MCU hasn't really been able to do that at all, since they have not spent the time that they used to previously to develop these characters further and make you really care.
They were pre-existing characters. Sam Wilson's been around since 2014 in the MCU.
Yeah.
He's just was a shit choice to take on the mantle of Captain America.
Yeah.
And it didn't work in the comics either, and they still just went right ahead with it.
Yeah, I think that then eventually there was like, oh, it's like we're gonna have one book where Steve is Captain America and Sam's in another one, but then I think just eventually they just reversed the whole damn thing. I'm not 100% sure because again, I don't keep up with that shit. It's all crap now, so it's like, yeah, it's just ridiculous at this point. It's a fucking shit show. Oh, I
know
gotta.
it failed.
Yeah. Go ahead, John.
Oh, I just know it failed because the books got canceled, and then they were, of course, all the shows always come back at you with, well, every run ends eventually. It's like, no, it was canceled. There's a big difference.
Yeah. Let me catch up on chat. Hang on. Otterly Noah should change his name to Otterly Stupid. Yeah. Briscoe says Eric talks a lot about Jesterbell a lot too, so I only give her credit because I hate that fucking fuck. Yeah, pretty much. Ay, ay, ay.
Yeah, I think she's pretty much the one that they try and say like, oh, all these grifters are just like her.
Yeah.
And it's like she says some stupid shit, so then they try to like associate it with everybody who's on that general side.
Right.
It's such like easy, like just hold people accountable for what they actually say, not like try to vaguely associate them with someone and then get them on that. It's like, nah, it doesn't work. It's disingenuous as fuck.
Yeah.
Care about them. In the last two films in particular, Fantastic Four and Thunderbolts, while I think those are actually alright movies, it is very clear they're dropping those characters right into the MCU and expecting people to care about them right away just based on these standalone movies. And that's really not an easy thing to sell people on at all, especially when you look at the fact that Marvel has tried to basically speedrun people caring about these characters in just 4 years. The original MCU took over a decade to properly draw out its plan and make sure that you actually cared about the three main characters involved: Captain America, Thor, and Iron Man. It gave them entire trilogies to really draw out their arcs and flesh out these characters and make you care about them. The same could really be said for the majority of the cast of the MCU during its heyday, but they haven't been doing that in the last 4 years, and therein lies the problem. It's a lot more than Gen Z men that are getting drawn away from Marvel at this point, it's most people overall. There's a general lack of interest because Disney just isn't putting—
What the fuck? They're not doing like an Endgame movie every time.
Yeah.
Like the Fantastic Four were introduced. They had their individual story. It was an entirely separate dimension.
Yeah.
Like, and same thing with Captain America. Like, what do you even talk? Like, you act like they're doing an Endgame starting off with these characters each time. They're doing the same thing the characters that you're talking about that succeeded did.
I don't think he's
where they have.
I don't think he knows what he's talking about anymore, man.
It's just like, yeah, every film will have a climax. You're right about that, I guess.
in the effort to actually make people care about these characters.
Could it be that you bought these two massive IPs for Disney, a brand that had a more so female audience with their Disney Princess brand and whatnot? Could it be that you bought these brands to appeal to men, but then you, for whatever reason, you had executives get it into their heads that no, we need to take these brands that we bought for boys and make them more female skewing?
Because
really? So Disney's never made a successful...
I'm sorry, it's sad but true. Disney is a fucking girl brand at the end of the day.
I mean, they said this when they bought these properties. They said we need to appeal to more men, so we're going to buy these things that already appeal to them.
Right.
Like, they admitted this. It's not some secret that she's exposing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they knew they had the Disney Princess, the young girl especially brand locked down. And unfortunately, they've sort of abandoned that too, because they make them all fucking engineers and shit, because we need women in STEM, apparently.
Yeah.
Original property that was geared towards males? You sure about that? I think Pirates of the Caribbean would like to have a few words with you there, Jess. Pirates of the Caribbean was, in the early 2000s, envisioned as Disney's answer to big budget blockbuster franchises like The Matrix and Lord of the Rings.
Right.
Disney wanted to capture some of the same audience that Warner Brothers was seeming to be able to capture with those franchises, so they did Pirates of the Caribbean. The CEO of Disney at the time, Michael Eisner, wasn't even sure if the film was going to be a success at all, as recounted in the book Disney War.
Yeah, they're never fucking sure when they're starting a new franchise, especially that when it's based on a theme park ride.
Yeah.
That's fine. He shouldn't probably be sure. You know what happens whenever they're sure it's going to be successful? They announce 7 fucking films, and then the first one fails, and they go, oh shit, and they fucking cancel everything.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe it's good to have a little doubt and actually judge based on the quality of what comes out.
But against pretty much all odds, Pirates of the Caribbean did become a huge success and became a huge franchise for Disney too in the 2000s. And it did capture a lot of that male...
Well, actually, Pirates of the Caribbean demonstrates the exact opposite of what he's thinking. It's like, yeah, you can make a new franchise. I know it had a theme park ride, but like whatever. And you can make it successful as long as it has a good writing and good characters and good action sequences and shit. Like, it's just a fun, like, I didn't think about the sequel whenever I watched that first movie. I pretty much only watched the first movie still. I don't even like the sequels.
Yeah.
But it's like that's the only one I have on Blu-ray and shit, because it's just a good fun adventure movie. Like, yeah, I would love if Disney made a lot more like that. Unfortunately, they won't, because Johnny Depp or whatever is toxic.
Yeah.
Has taken all the wrong lessons.
Yeah.
Dominated audience that they were wanting to capture for the longest time. And really, it just allowed them to tap into the big action blockbuster.
Oh, and also, that was 2001. That's way before they bought. That had pretty much tapped out, because I think like the first non-trilogy one was like 2009.
Like the one after, like the fourth one they made. Yeah, that was after 2009.
Yeah. And so it's like, yeah, they bought Marvel like after it started, so after 2008. And then they bought Star Wars in 2012.
Yeah,
so yeah, that lines up.
Plus, Pirates of the Caribbean was like I mean, it was moderately successful, but was it beating Marvel? No, fuck no. Yeah,
and it wasn't going to be like a continuous. It's not like you can make a universe off of that. Like, you gotta have something with a little bit more potential.
Right.
Franchise crowd that they're wanting to hit for so long.
Maybe I'm just tripping here. But it's quite surreal to see these articles come out after all this. So this article says Cinderella and Sleeping Beauty aren't the only ones looking for a prince. Leadership at Walt Disney Studios has been pressing Hollywood creatives in recent months. Multiple sources tell Variety for movies that will bring young men back to the brand in a meaningful way. Variety says, first, every film studio is looking for better ways to convert young audiences into habitual moviegoers. Numerous studios show that Gen Z men in particular are a lonely, gaming obsessed group who were hampered in their formative years by COVID-19 lockdowns. Not the easiest segment to grasp. But what's surprising is producers, writers, and other partners in the larger industry is that Disney has been calling for...
Why is he playing multiple people reading the same article over?
I don't know, man. Looks like Otterly Noah's gonna Otterly Noah, I guess.
I'm just like, Drinker, you already played Drinker reading all of this. Why do you have to play her reading all of this same thing again?
He wants to be thorough, I guess. I don't fucking know.
Original concepts to lure demo back to the movies. Is it really that shocking? Is it really that shocking? This article is pretending to be surprised. It's pretending to be surprised at all of this. It says, this is the same Disney whose multi-billion-dollar content engines Marvel and Lucasfilm have sated men over all ages almost 2 decades since the company acquired them. The sources say that Disney has been seeking new IP and pitches such as splashy global adventures and treasure hunts, as well as seasonal fare like films for the Halloween corridor. The calls come as the Star Wars machine struggles to produce any film project, and the superhero genre sheds audiences by the minute. And why did it do that? Why did it do that? Later on in the article, it says, much has been written about the narrowing audience for superhero movies. The performance of Marvel's latest release, Fantastic Four First Steps, which aimed to launch yet another superhero franchise led by Pedro Pascal and Vanessa Kirby, failed to meet expectations. Thank you. Star Wars, meanwhile, has not produced a film in 7 years. Now, this is my favorite part of the article. One top film executive at a Disney rival says every studio should be looking for originals as sequels and reboots continue to exhaust the culture, even if they're packing in moviegoers in the short term. And that, ladies and gentlemen, that is the best thing I have heard out of Hollywood in so long. But I love how this talks about the decline in...
Dude, you're just playing her entire fucking video at this point.
Yeah, this is content stealing at this point,
fucking comment on it. Like, I feel guilty because I thought I was watching her video for a minute there. I'm like, I gotta pause it. We gotta comment on this shit because otherwise we're just being fucking thieves.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Like, we're bigger pirates than fucking Jack Sparrow at this point, yeah.
I can tell you're a Pirates fan.
Yeah, matey, welcome aboard the SS Backseat as we steal all the content, yeah.
Backseater gets copyright struck for this dude showing other people's content.
Yeah, pretty much.
For Marvel and Star Wars, but doesn't acknowledge the reasons.
Because they put out 9 freaking projects a year, Jess.
That's it.
To see.
That's it.
Really? Jester Bell's trying.
Yep, that's
He's really
it.
just trying to harp on this point.
That's all. That's it. That's all Disney's problems. They just keep pumping content out. That's it. That's just it.
Like, he acts like they're somewhat connected, but a lot of that shit he mentioned is only so vaguely connected.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't even factor it into fatigue because it's just like, oh yeah, like that Spider-Man show came out, but nobody even thought about that for more than 5 minutes. It's not like it affected the box office of the next blockbuster film to come out.
Right.
Like, come on, dude.
Come on, man.
It's just like, oh, if they'd have made 9 Citizen Kanes, it wouldn't have mattered. They just made too much. It's too much. Oh.
Act smug about this, even though she looks more just high than anything, when really the answer is so obvious. Even this article knows it. Star Wars has not put out a new big budget theatrical release.
Yeah, I'm joking, just because he would be all about free love and free drugs for everybody and shit.
Yeah.
With you, it's not hypocritical.
Right.
With these people, it's kind of like whenever they like call something gay, I'm like, oh, you're homophobic. That's what you always insult people. It's like, yeah, but I already took the stance of that's okay to say.
Release in about 6 years now. There is the Mandalorian and Grogu movie coming out next year, but by that point, it'll have been 7 years since the last theatrical Star Wars movie. So I guess.
Well, by your definition, it should make like $3 billion because it's been 7 years since the last one.
Yeah, it's as they say, man. Hunger makes the best sauce. If people are this fucking hungry for a fucking movie, it should make bank.
But no, it doesn't count because they've had Disney Plus shows, so I'm gonna still say it's saturation.
Right.
time will tell and we'll see if that's actually a success or not. But it's honestly pretty up in the air whether that film will be a success or not, given how many Star Wars projects have also been oversaturated on Disney Plus. And much like Marvel, they tend to prioritize quantity over quality. And yeah,
there hasn't been any Star Wars since 2014.
Yeah, no true Star Wars, that's true.
Yeah.
He's already making the preemptive excuse. He's like, oh, if it succeeds, then it's great and it proves my point because there haven't been any movies in 7 years. But if it fails, then it's because they had so many shows in those last 7 years. It's like, nah, I stacked the deck in my favor.
So basically, no matter what, like if there's been anything in the past few years, like it's bad because of him, because too much, I guess.
Yeah, I guess, Phantom Menace, it shouldn't have succeeded because there were so many of those books beforehand that sold so many millions. Like, people were probably fatigued on Star Wars whenever that came out, right?
Right, yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. No, that made like $1 billion. Oh, fuck.
Article says the superhero genre, but more specifically Marvel, is shedding audiences by the minute. I think a film like Superman does prove there is an audience still for good superheroes.
Nope, it made like just over 600 million. It was barely more successful than all those things you called flops.
Yeah.
And it had all the benefits. It had all, it was a reboot, not a complete reboot because James Gunn can't fucking resist putting Peacemaker shit in, but it had all the marketing. It had all the marketing as a reboot and everything. It's just like, oh, wait a minute. It's only made 600 million. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Stuff that actually has ever put in. But the big issue is Marvel hasn't really been doing that for quite a while now, so that's why they've lost a lot of their audience. When you continue to put out dozens of low-effort projects that feel like they're just being put out for the sake of it, you do tend to lose the trust of your audience. That's just how it works. It has nothing to do with girl bosses or Gen Z men missing or anything like that.
The main problem with movies these days is bad productions, bad movies.
Yeah.
But there is a myriad. Myriad? I'm not smart.
Myriad.
But I am smart in this context.
No, you're really not. But don't worry, that's been well established with everything you've said in every single one of your videos on movies. And once again, the reason why they're moving away from Marvel and Star Wars isn't because of men. It's because people are tired of those franchises. A lot of the goodwill that Disney once had with Marvel and Star Wars is gone. And it's because of that they're actually looking to start new franchises now. That's why they're making Pirates of the Caribbean 6. That's why they're making Ice Age 6.
Oh wait, why is the goodwill gone, yet they're making a bunch of other sequels? It's almost like it's something other than volume. It's like it's quality based or something. How strange.
Crazy, isn't it?
Making a new Tron movie and actually not even putting the Disney logo on it. And even from the Tron Ares trailers, you can tell they're trying to capture a Gen Z audience and arguably a millennial audience too, with the inclusions of things like 9 Inch Nails there. Man, I really cannot wait till that movie comes out next month. It's gonna be so good. And I think you could argue they're trying to bring in things like Tron Ares and Pirates of the Caribbean as a way to try to appeal to that Gen Z male audience that you keep talking about. And I think you could argue that might be a reason why the Tron Ares poster doesn't even have the Disney logo on it. It's like they want to fool people into thinking this isn't really a Disney movie. Because at the end of the day, the reason why audiences have been turned away from Marvel and Star Wars isn't because of girl bosses. A character like Ahsoka, for instance, was very present in Star Wars long before Disney even bought it. She was pretty disliked in the Clone Wars TV show when she was first introduced, since a lot of people found her annoying.
Nobody liked Ahsoka. Nobody likes Ahsoka. Her show got shit ratings.
Right.
As Hooker.
As Hooker.
Ass hooker.
Now I'm just picturing as a hooker and on Ahsoka's. Oh wait, he did Ahsoka cosplay. Fuck. Now I'm really picturing it.
Oh no.
Yeah, for Halloween the one year he after the Ahsoka show came out, he colored himself orange and did the headdress and shit.
No.
He was like, I'm fucking Ahsoka.
Fuck.
but over time she was able to win over fans, and a
No,
lot of
she
people consider
didn't.
her one of the best Star
No.
Wars characters.
That-
But
well,
compare
they're
how she was
idiots.
received in her very own TV show, which,
One of
funny
the
enough,
best.
season 9 of which was actually produced under Disney, as opposed to how she was received in her very own live-action show, also produced under Disney. Season 9 of Clone Wars was received very positively, whereas Ahsoka
no, they
live-action
weren't.
just wasn't.
Wait, it wasn't season 9, it was season 7, you dumbass.
Seven, yeah.
You're a whole 2 seasons? You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. You invented a whole 2 seasons in your head.
Fucking dumbass.
Where did you get season 9?
I
What
don't
the
know,
fuck?
man. Dude, I don't know, man. Like, could you imagine if TCW actually ran for like 9 fucking seasons? That'd be ass.
Oh god. No
Torture.
more phony Filoni Fridays. No.
No.
Both star the exact same
Filoni
female
Fridays
protagonist in both.
are a lot of fun.
What? What's
That they-
Silver?
That Filoni Fridays are a lot of fun.
Yeah.
They are fun, but only because we have people to shit on it with each other. Misery loves company, and then it becomes joy.
Right.
Yeah. And we're not giving Disney any money for it, so that's the other
Right.
part that brings us joy, to shit on their shit.
Right.
Were produced under Disney, but the quality of the writing is very different between the two. There was very clearly a lot of care and time put into making season 9 of Clone Wars a very satisfying and well-worked finale. Ahsoka did not have the same care put into it. It was really rushed out and not really that good at all. At the end of the day, having a strong female protagonist is not what's gonna kill your brand at all. You make a
Ahsoka is a
poorly-
terrible example of that.
Yeah.
Dude, season 7, because it is 7 of Clone Wars, got worse ratings than Ahsoka. I'm pretty sure. Like, this isn't the success that you're looking for.
Right.
Man, he's just. I love how he doesn't mention that. He doesn't mention the actual ratings because he wants to make his point, and damn those facts that keep getting in his way.
Right.
written product though with no reason for people to care about it, then yeah, that's a problem.
There is many reasons behind the scenes for why these movies have been so bad. But here's the thing. Before you go, you're Jester Bell, you're simping for men. You're simping for men. Well, first of all, we can all treat each other with respect. We should all treat each other with respect. Just because you're talking and you're a woman defending like a male-led thing, that's just about treating each other with respect and equality. Anyway, it's just so surreal after 10 years of depleting these franchises and not listening to criticism to finally see them get to this place. And they seem to think that the only
play such long segments of these videos. My God.
Yeah.
Comment a little bit. It's like he doesn't think that you can comment and like play them at the same time.
No.
way they can do it is with original IP, because Marvel and Star Wars have been so depleted.
Yeah, and therein lies the problem. Disney has realized they've kind of ran Star Wars and Marvel into the ground, and because of that, they're exploring other avenues for projects to attract the same kind of audience. Case in point, things like Tron and Pirates of the Caribbean. Heck, apparently they're even trying to make another National Treasure movie. That's also why they've started to double down more on the Alien and Predator franchises. They've realized they can't just keep running Star Wars and Marvel into the ground.
Bro, they're still running franchises into the ground. Like, that's not original just because they haven't made as much shit in them.
Yeah.
Around as they're two big cash cows. They have to try something else. It's really not that hard to see at all. But it seems Jester Bell just really refuses to admit that this is the actual issue here. Much like Drinker was doing, she's continuing to hone in on—
It's one of the issues. You seem to think it's the only issue. And if everything was a 10 out of 10, it would still be just as unsuccessful.
Yeah, also, it's like, we're not talking about oversaturation. We're talking about Disney just not appealing to men anymore because they keep alienating them. We're trying to talk about one issue, but he's trying to talk about another. You fucking retard.
Yeah, the article was not talking about oversaturation, so you're picking out responses to something that's not about what you're talking about, and then you're like, why aren't they talking about the thing that I want to talk about? It's like, well, maybe you should pick an article that's about oversaturation, and then you'd probably get the responses that you're looking for.
Right.
But you know that they're not going to say that, so
This-
you're cherry picking shit.
This whole video so far has been a big case of square peg in a round hole so far.
It's just like, why don't they talk about something completely different whenever they're responding to this article about Gen Z men?
Yeah.
It's like if somebody came into your comments section and was just like, why isn't he talking about the football games tomorrow? He's just completely ignoring them, and he's talking about all this Disney Star Wars stuff. What the fuck?
Yeah.
The idea that Gen Z men missing and quote-unquote girl bosses are the only thing wrong with these franchises and that's why they're failing. When no, that's a lot more than that. But interestingly enough, it's not just Jester Bell and Drinker that have created bad faith criticisms of this article and totally framed it the wrong way. Another person who did this was none other than
the article framed itself. They're just talking about what it's talking about. you're criticizing them for staying on fucking subject, unlike you. Like, his ideal criticism of this article would be like, oh, well, we could talk about that, but what about the oversaturation? It's just like they bring up something completely different 2 seconds into their videos. It's like, that's not bad faith. That's just talking about the fucking headline.
Yeah. Fucking Christ.
Oh my god.
Nerdrotic, our favorite AI thumbnail creating clown. Let's see what he had to say.
Greetings, you over 1 million practitioners of common sense and the 40% who haven't subscribed yet. You know, it's not like we haven't tried to sound the alarm or light the
He's just going to play all of
since way
Nerdrotic's
back in the
video, isn't he? Because he's trying to grift off of these 3 people that are way more successful than him.
Yeah.
What's he got? Oh, 28K. What a surprise. Yep.
Force's female days and way back in the Captain Marvel days, the first shot.
Nerdrotic about to pass the Real Rejects, by the way. Critical Drinker, way beyond them already. I don't know what the fuck Jezebel is at, because she's not even mentioned by most people.
Let me check. She's at
This cat is judging us, by the way.
Yeah, Jezebel's at 63.5K.
Yeah, so a relatively smaller creator.
Fired in the MCU.
Oh, believe me, we know you were trying to do that all the way back then, but now it's a lot easier for you to sell people on this idea, given the fact these films are actually failing now. And of course, not for the reasons you say, obviously.
Difference here is there is natural change and forced change, and there's no 2 better examples in Hollywood than Disney Star Wars and Disney Marvel, the 2 IPs Disney bought to make it less of a girl's brand. Again, we warned taking male brands that were enjoyed by everyone and turning them into female brands that were enjoyed by no one wasn't a good strategy. And it turns out my good friend Chris Gore, who got a lot of clapback for this quote, was right. Disney turning Star Wars and Marvel from a boy brand into a girl brand will prove to be the costliest decision in movie history. And as usual, the corporate legacy access media finally catches on to what the fans that they loathe so much have been saying years too late. From Variety, Disney's Boy Trouble, Studio seeks original
Jesus, dude, again, I feel like we're gonna get fucking copyright struck by Nerdrotic.
Yeah.
It's like, you're playing so much with nothing to say. Just say something. Comment over it as it plays.
Be more interesting.
Poking your channel with a stick at this point. It's just like, do something. Yeah.
IP to win back Gen Z men amid Marvel Lucasfilm struggles. Disney's struggle. Now, I'm not going to say they don't need to win back Gen Z because
my
they do,
struggle.
I would argue just changing this headline to win back men. Because, and I've said this before and I'll say it again, it's not that you just drove away men, including Gen Z men. You made them the enemy. Young men, in quotes, and something quite frankly Hollywood's always been into, is defined here by sources as ages 13 to 28, aka Gen Z. I think it's prudent to point out within that Gen Z age range, at least they have witnessed some good Marvel, but they have never witnessed any good, consistent Disney Star Wars. What about Andor? Well, I would say out of the 3 trilogy films they have produced, the 2 standalone films they have produced, along with the 7 live action series, and I'm not going to count the animated series, I'm going to be kind here. You might have possibly gotten 1 to 3 projects, and believe me, this is arguable, that might have been watchable out of 12.
So a big reason
Hey, Nerdrotic, more willing to fucking not shit on it, but at least he wasn't,
Glazing
like,
it, yeah.
yeah, like Dringer, like, this is a TV event that only takes place once in a lifetime or once every few years or whatever the fuck he said.
Yeah.
Like, I will give him shit for that. Like, just the overglazing of something like that. It's just
Right.
like, you could have liked it and not been that much in its camp. But yeah, Nerdrotic, I'll give him credit. Like, he fucking qualified, and he's just like, you know what? Even if it is good, it doesn't even fucking matter, which is a lot of times what Melvin and them say, where it's like, why are you accepting 1 out of 6 or whatever?
Yeah.
It's just like, it's not worth it.
Yeah. Pretty
Disney
much.
Star Wars is, once again, shocker, not because of quote-unquote girl bossing. If anything, I think you could already see the cracks forming at the root when they started the original sequel trilogy. Rather than preemptively planning out one consistent vision for what the sequel trilogy might end up looking like, Disney essentially had J.J. Abrams do the first movie and then Rian Johnson do the second. And of course, their visions for what they wanted to do with the Star Wars IP were vastly different. This already created a fundamental flaw in trying to create a complete vision for this trilogy. While the Star Wars prequels definitely have a lot of problems, even though I'm nostalgic for these movies, I'm not going to overlook the problems they definitely have.
Well, they
One of the
don't have
W's
any.
you can give that trilogy is the fact there was a complete plan put into place before even making the movies.
Yes.
The plan could have definitely been executed a lot better, but there was a very clear vision for what George wanted to do with the prequel.
Now you're doing what Nerdrotic did with Andor, only it's a lot less warranted, where you're like, I like it, but
yeah.
it's like everything has to be fucking, like, just fucking praise the thing. If you like it, then say you like it. People are so fucking afraid to defend their position, whether it be like somebody shitting on the thing you like. Well, don't go after the person and try to get their channel removed. Just defend your position. If you're that confident in it, just make your argument for the thing that you like.
Right.
Oh God, it just shows you're such a man of glass.
Right.
Disney's biggest issue from the get-go is that they had no real plan at all for the sequels. They just sort of assumed that audiences would show up no matter what.
Well, they didn't have a plan, but that wasn't the biggest problem. You could have made 6 independent things that were all great, but you didn't. You made a bunch of independent shit that was all shit.
Right.
What? Simply because the Star Wars name was attached to it, and to their credit, that did work, given all these movies made over $1 billion each.
Oh,
but now, going on 7
That's the
years without a
brand
new film in
name.
theaters, and also a ton of mediocre Star Wars projects being dumped on Disney Plus, it kind of remains to be seen whether The Mandalorian and Grogu will actually be something that people go to see in theaters.
And a quick reminder, Disney has owned Lucasfilm for almost 13 years. And as far as Marvel is concerned, and again, at least they used to be good. But since Endgame, with the roughly 27 projects, not counting animated series, they've shouted out, only 3 of the movies were good, and the best being something they don't own, Spider-Man No Way Home. On the streaming side,
Yeah,
the only
Sony
thing
made that
watchable
money.
were a couple of holiday specials, and the best thing was an animated series, and they fired the showrunner. Yet none of these projects are great, and the rest is absolute crap. So what is that, 6 out of 27? And this has been going on for half a decade.
And that's being extremely generous on her. I get what he's doing. He's like steel manning it so that, whenever there's shit, even whenever you're doing as much glazing as possible, it makes them look even worse. But like, honestly, it's been like even less than that. It's not 6 out of 27. It's like 3 maybe out of 27.
Why this is happening, and we all know the reason why the corporate legacy media will never bring it up. Sacrificing our beloved stories created by more talented people on the altar of the message. They are vandalized, violated, subverted, and perverted beyond all recognition. And then even worse, turned into a lifestyle brand. Inevitably, apathy sets in because the stories have no meaning, or God forbid, real heroism in your superhero story. And Disney continues its doom loop of self-referential gobbledygook, where the only thing Marvel and Star Wars seems to be about anymore is themselves. Oh, and making the fans the enemy. Speaking of that, let's see what the famously impartial Variety has to say, who's written their fair share of articles attacking the fans. At least they state the obvious. First, every film studio is looking for a better way to convert young audiences, I'm not comfortable with this conversation, into habitual moviegoers. Numerous studies show that Gen Z men, in particular,
God damn, I gotta give Nerderotic credit on his production value.
Yeah.
I don't give Mr. Otterly Noah credit for just stealing every fucking thing that he does
Right.
and trying to propagate it in his own video. But anyways, continuing.
Yeah.
Are a lonely gaming obsessed group who were hampered in their formative years.
This is like the
by
third or fourth time that he's played people
lockdowns.
reading
Dude,
this
in
article.
this article where they're talking about Hollywood trying to get men back to Hollywood, they damn near called you incels. Why not just come out and say it?
Huh? Gee, I don't know, Gary. Maybe for the same reason you don't say you're racist and the fact that you're trying to sell your audience on the idea of all diversity in movies being automatically a bad thing. When in actuality, it really isn't. Just like any piece of...
Well, you just made up that part, so that's probably why he's not saying it. What was that? Yeah, I think Solar said it was a retard.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, you make up an argument and then you're like, why don't you just say this thing that I could argue against? It's like, because that's not what he's saying.
Right.
You would like it if it were that, because it would be a lot easier to argue against.
Art, it really comes down to the effort and craft that's put into it. But it seems like you just can't quite grasp that. Or really, rather, you do. You just don't want to admit it.
That's exactly what he says.
Priorities are moving on because we've buggered Star Wars and Marvel into oblivion. And apparently, this big brain decision to bring back all those toxic fans and incels.
It's amazing how he plays the whole video.
He
And it's
misses
not
the damn point.
And it's not doing what he accuses it of doing, and yet he has to insert it. He's like, oh, well, you just hate all diversity. Anyways, continuing with your video that's not even talking about that.
Right.
It's like, dude, just listen to what the fuck you're watching. Like, I don't understand how you're listening to this whole thing and coming away with, oh, he's just saying diversity is bad.
Comes right from the top. That's right, the weatherman, Bob Iger, and he probably made that decision between one of his multiple showers per day. Two insiders say the mandate to recruit young males goes as high as the C-suite. I gotta give Disney some credit here. At least they're bringing in a dude to help bring back the dudes. David Greenbaum, the former Searchlight Pictures co-head. He runs Disney's live-action business, something Variety says is a label that has been sorely lacking in guy-leaning fare. What the hell is guy-leaning fare? Also, to say nothing of the lackluster attempt to reboot and hand off Indiana Jones, to Phoebe Waller-Bridge.
Again, Indiana Jones 5 didn't fail because Phoebe Waller-Bridge was...
Really?
It failed because it was an action blockbuster starring an actor who can't do action stunts anymore.
And starring that woman that's on screen right now that was in all the trailers and clearly put up as the what's the word I'm looking for? The opposite of predecessor. It's
the successor.
Yes, successor. Thank you, Backseater. Yeah, it's clearly put up as the successor to the throne, and they were gonna have an ending where she took the hat. They cut that out. Anyways, that's a whole other thing. But yeah, she was clearly advertised just as much as Harrison Ford.
Right.
More. People just didn't want to go see 80-year-old Harrison Ford try to be Indiana Jones again. It's not that hard to see.
A Disney source says that movies for...
Fuck it.
Yeah. What about Phoebe Waller-Bridge?
Yeah, what about Phoebe Waller-Bridge? She's right there. She's right fucking there.
She couldn't overpower Harrison Ford. People loved her, but they didn't want to go see Harrison Ford.
Right, sure, pal.
Gen Z men are part of an overall strategy across all labels. You ever think for 1 second, Disney, that maybe looking at all the stuff you paid billions of dollars for as labels is part of the problem? You can have all the strategies about labels you want. There's one big problem with this scenario. You're still Disney. Case in point, the dude I just mentioned put in charge of bringing back the dudes? Well, his big solution was to hire a chick. Greenbaum recently hired Daria Karcik, the savvy former Paramount Pictures co-chief, to assist in the effort. You mean the savvy woman from the company that's $15 billion in debt? How very Cracker Barrel of you. Some think
it's not her fault that they're $15 billion in debt. A lot of that debt accumulated before I'm sure that's what this guy is gonna fucking run with.
Right.
Push for this demographic is simply Greenbaum, who hired a chick to help him bring the dudes back, trying to put his stamp on live action, yet numerous power players who spoke with Variety see something ominous in the tea leaves.
So, no, the reason why Greenbaum actually hired Daria Kerchak is because she knows how to run franchises and get new franchises up and running. Like Gary said here, Dan Greenbaum has been in charge of Searchlight Pictures for Fox for a long time after they got bought by Disney. And while Searchlight Pictures has made a lot of great films that appeal to cinephiles like myself, like A Real Pain, Isle of Dogs, Black Swan, or 12 Years a Slave, they aren't really known for making mainstream franchises that can appeal to a wide audience. That's exactly why Dan has brought in Daria for her expertise on creating a successful film franchise from scratch. She's been able to do this with the Sonic movies, A Quiet Place, and Smile over at Paramount, so it makes sense she would be able to do the same thing for Disney as well. He isn't just bringing her over because of wokeness or girl bossing, he's bringing her over because she knows how to make franchises that end up being successful and are original, which, again, is currently what Disney is looking for exactly. Funny enough, the article also does talk about this, so it's pretty convenient you skipped over that part, Gary. The jokes just really write themselves here.
And yes, they bring up what Disney does best. No, not doing anything original or anything innovative, buying their way into an existing franchise like Fortnite. That'll get them kids. Yeah, too bad they don't own the movie rights. And yes, they bring up that Disney was the box office king last year, mainly due to a third Deadpool movie with Fox characters and a couple of animated sequels. And they have a $1 billion film this year with a live-action remake of an animated movie, Lilo and Stitch, whose profits were essentially erased by the flops Elio and Thunderbolts. And they already started the year in the hole because of Snow White. And they have two potential $1 billion films towards the end of the year, both sequels. Zootopia 2 and Avatar, Fire in the Ass.
Preparation H does feel good on the whole.
Still no word on that originality Bob's talking about, who said in the last quarterly meeting that he won't favor existing IP over original material.
Sure, Dan.
And his big solution for all of these problems is to put out great movies. Now we know why the weatherman makes the big bucks. And I think it's best summed up with this.
We're going to put out great movies. They're going to be the best. They're going to be so fantastic. Everybody's going to forget about our girl boss shit.
They're going to be the very best, like no one ever was.
I want to be the very best like no one ever was. To catch them is my real test. To train them is my cause.
Post on X Twitter, which I couldn't have said better myself. If you're struggling to get boys to watch your stuff when you own Marvel, Star Wars, and Indiana Jones, you don't belong in the audience business. You also don't belong in show business. What an astounding failure Disney's woke era has been.
Somehow the actual senator saying this stuff too, wow. I feel like I've said this.
Yeah, it's almost like it's fucking true, and even a fucking out-of-touch politician can understand that.
Yeah, fucking shock.
So many times in this video now, but I'll say it again. It's not just Gen Z men that are turned away from Marvel and Star Wars currently.
Yes, everybody is, because there's shit, and it's not because of oversaturation like you're about to say.
Yeah.
It's a lot of people, and it doesn't really have anything to do with demasculating male characters in these franchises as just not putting out quality products. Even if we're just looking at...
Oh, now it's about quality. Wait a minute. I thought it was all about oversaturation. Oh, it's almost like quality matters now all of a sudden.
Wow, shocker.
Run, Ray, run.
Run, Ray, run. Run away. We don't
Disney
want
Star
you
Wars, I would say on the live action front, the only worthwhile projects to come out of this were probably Rogue One and Andor. And seasons 1 and 2 of The Mandalorian, but the third season definitely did fall off. But outside of that, I can't really say there was a piece of live action Star
Look, I'll say it. I fell for the fucking nostalgia, especially after Last Jedi. I was like, oh, I'm glad they didn't shit on Luke. But then it was like, oh, no, that was a CGI fucking abomination. And I'll give EFAP credit there. They called that shit out right away where they were like, oh, it's fucking, you know, it's just living on the nostalgia berries. It's just like, yep. And in Star Wars Theory crying at it. Oh,
Star Wars media that I thought was really genuinely good. And that's really exactly the problem here with Disney trying to put out so much Star Wars content in such a short amount of time. They really just sacrifice quality for quantity. Couple that with the things I talked about before with them not having a plan at all for the sequel trilogy, and yeah, you're gonna get a lot of people upset and a lot of people are gonna turn away.
They didn't have a plan for the sequel trilogy. Whose fault is that?
Yeah, they didn't have a fucking they didn't have a plan for fucking Mandalorian either, you dumb shit.
maybe not having a plan for who's in charge of Star Wars. I feel like it starts with a KK. Um, are you gonna blame her at all? Because like not having a, I mean, if you're a studio head, you don't have a plan for a major franchise, and you're just fucking winging it. That's pretty irresponsible. That's a big dumbass move, right? Like surely that deserves some criticism. No, because she's a girl and she's oh, she produced ET. She got the coffee. Oh, you can't blame her for that.
Yep.
Away from your products going forward. Overall, as much as the grifters would like to try to claim that it's woke propaganda and girl bossing and Gen Z men being pushed away that's making Marvel and Star Wars fail, that really isn't it at all. The simple truth about it all is that Disney just has burned these franchises to the ground by not putting effort in anymore. I think you could make an argument that they really didn't put much effort in with the Star Wars sequels, and only certain Star Wars projects really had any effort put into them at all. But with the MCU, you can see there was actual effort put in at first because they had a full 10-year plan that worked pretty well.
Right, back whenever they had Joss Whedon and Ike Perlmutter and a lot of people that you would like to not credit for any of this success.
Yeah, pretty much.
God.
Well, it allowed them to really flesh out these characters and get people to know and care about them over the course of a decade. But following Endgame, that of course pretty quickly deteriorated. Rather than actually taking their time to flesh out characters and their new faces and make people actually care about them, they both flooded the market with countless Disney Plus shows, which only 2 of them I would actually say are genuinely good, and also attempted to speedrun what they'd done from Iron Man up to Avengers Endgame in the course of 4 years as opposed to 11 years, which of course is basically impossible to achieve. You just cannot pull off the same level of fleshed out storytelling in 4 years that you can over 10 years. It just doesn't make any sense, and really that's why Disney is looking at more original projects now, not just to bring in Gen Z men, but to bring back a lot of their audience overall. They've lost a lot of faith on both Marvel and Star Wars, so they're trying to find their next big franchise in lieu of those. Will Tron or Pirates of the Caribbean or National Treasure end up being that for them? I personally don't know. I guess we'll have to see. But one thing's for sure, these franchises aren't failing because of quote-unquote wokeness or girl bossing. Ultimately, the takes from these grifters are pretty superficial, and really that's why I started—
One thing's for sure, this random thing that I've supposed off of absolutely nothing. Yeah, you'll have to forgive me if I don't believe that.
Yeah, we're pressing X to doubt on you, pal.
Doing these videos to begin with. A lot of these anti-woke grifters are constantly providing bad faith criticism on companies like Disney when really there's a lot of things you should criticize them on that they just don't do. And I think it's really important to point that out and talk about what you really should criticize
What should we criticize them for? What's the safe criticism?
Disney for at the end of the day. And thankfully a lot of people have enjoyed my videos debunking this sort of thing. So thanks everybody for being really receptive to these videos as always. As long as they keep reaching people and encouraging them to look properly at media, I'm gonna keep doing them. Thanks everyone. But what do you think? Am I wrong? Is Disney horribly woke? Are there too many girl bosses in their franchises? And are there any upcoming Disney projects that you're personally looking forward to? Let me know in the comments below. Regardless, thank you so much for coming to the end of this video, and I hope you enjoyed it or learned something new from it. If you liked this video, be sure to give it a like, and also consider subscribing if you haven't already.
But hopefully
I do a lot
you
of
learned
videos like this
something new.
overall, covering both film and animation, so if you like this video, you'll probably like the other videos I have planned as well. You can also check out my Letterboxd to see Eller, Sparky Fluffle, who and what I do here.
All right, yeah, it was just a bunch of advertising of his own shit. Okay.
That was ass.
God damn, he's like, oh, there's been so many people that have responded. It's like, dude, you got fucking 17K views. Like, I've gotten 10K views on a video before, and I'm a fucking nobody.
Yeah.
So I ain't gonna act like there's some big community around.
God damn, man, that sucked. I can see now why fucking Washington wanted us to respond to him. All right, guys. So closing arguments on the fucking shit we saw. John.
Yeah, pretty much. Just taking bad faith arguments, half-ass in their replies, and trying to make up a bunch of straw men to fight against because they won't give you the material that you want to fight against. And also taking every proof against your thesis and taking it as a hypocrisy. You're like, oh, they liked all this shit with girls and black people, and why don't they like this other shit with girls and black? It's like maybe because they're actually judging it on something else other than the fucking identity politics. I know it's hard for your brain to comprehend, but it's true. Well, it's true. It's true.
Yeah. Solar closing arguments.
We were exposed to a notion of stupidity and retardation.
Yes. I'm telling you guys, this was probably the fucking episode of Backseat Boys where I just didn't give a shit about anything. I was just commenting, like, no fucking joke, I got so fucking bored watching this fucking watching these 3 videos, I began watching porn on my phone. I was that fucking bored.
Hey, by the way, this guy got 17K views. Jester Bell here got 150K views. Yeah, Jester Bell.
I needed. Oh fuck no! It's Chariot. Oh god. Hang on. It's endlessly fascinating to me that the critical drinker wanted to argue that the oh god
Hi,
damn
everyone.
it! God damn it, John! I was reading that shit.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were reading a
So,
comment
just
in your own comments section.
No. Oh my god, hang on. It's fascinating to me that the critical drinker wanted to argue that the COVID-19 lockdowns had no effect on Gen Z men in formative years of their lives. I can understand if maybe his point was that the lockdown negatively affected younger people more, like Gen Alpha, but seems like he dismisses out of hand that perhaps one of the
Oh, Jesus.
one of the 5 most significant social events in the 21st century in America, and quite easily the largest cause of mass death in the same time frame. Okay, COVID didn't kill all that many people off. Come on. Could at all have had any effect on the spending habits of young men. The economic effects of the pandemic on the film industry alone are frequently considered so obvious that they're often passed over as preamble. Well, they're not impacting them anymore. But would it not make more sense to think that a financial habit would be downstream from something like that, like something like, I don't know, personal finances? What if young men are having a hard time finding good work, making money, and getting more buying power from their paychecks? If young men are working all the time and going to the movies is expensive and they're worried about their money and they're having a harder time connecting to other people and shared community spaces due to those vanishing over time, that would basically explain this phenomenon. But I guess blaming women and minorities and this phony sense of emasculation in men in films for economic problems is the modus operandi of guys like that. And John responds with, COVID is an old excuse that's been disproven plenty of times. Demon Slayer broke every Japanese box office record in 2020, so your little theory goes out the window. Strange how every billion-dollar movie destroys your stupid excuse for failing projects. True, yeah. Was it also Elizabeth Swann would 100% be called a girl boss if Curse of the Black Pearl was to come out today? Nope. It's just proof that these people don't actually hate women or minorities. Every
Every
hypocrisy SY, John. There it is.
There we go.
Is actually just proof that his
that his theory
doesn't hold true for these grifters. Yeah. After episode 6, Star Wars was in the rocks. Star Wars is a sinking ship and sank with Disney. Fuck you.
I thought you liked Fantastic Four first. Oh.
Yeah. Ooh. Hang on. 44 Excalibur says, no, Disney lacking Gen Z males isn't why Marvel and Star Wars are failing. Actually, it is partially why they're failing, since Marvel and Disney never attempted this kind of psychological warfare and social engineering against Gen X and millennial males back in the 80s, 90s, and aughts. But it's only one aspect of why Star Wars and Marvel are failing. There are actually several reasons why they are failing, mostly stemming from a total lack of understanding of why Star Wars and Marvel worked with audiences in the first place, most of whom were young males. Lack of fidelity to the source material, attempts at trying to reinvent the wheel or fix what wasn't broken, injecting ideology over philosophy, favoring messaging over character and story, and basically making it seem like the people in charge of making Star Wars and Marvel movies don't even really like the source material they're adapting to the screen, which can also be said of DC with both Zack Snyder and James Gunn. This guy says, you're definitely from Drinker's Echo Chamber. And he follows up with, no, I don't watch Drinker's videos, and I'm not in an echo chamber. It's an enlightened observation free from ideology. Wokesters like you just don't like it whenever anyone criticize the left because you feel like you should be exempt from criticism or ridicule, even when you deserve it from independents like me. And of course, you can't argue against any of the points I've made. Cute of you to assume I'm a Democrat. I'm a Democrat. I'm independent. Hence why I don't ignorantly use the word woke like you, because I'm smart enough to know that the right has completely bastardized and weaponized that word. Oh, this dude's an enlightened centrist, and their parent. Oh, God damn it, John.
Well, he said the same thing 3 times.
Oh, really? What the fuck?
Yeah. Always, always, always. Yeah. It's like the same fucking comment.
What the fuck? Anyway, what?
Well, you're the one who assumed I was in Critical Drinker's echo chamber, so that's not very enlightened or independent of you. You may claim independent, but you clearly lean too far in one direction rather than stay in the center.
Well,
yeah.
I'm gonna fucking log off at this point. So if you guys enjoyed this stream, please give a thumbs up, comment those thoughts, stream, subscribe to more streams like this, and we'll see you guys next